go. All right. Good evening, everyone. And sorry we're a few minutes behind, but I like to call the regular meeting to order. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Silva?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald? Here. Councilmember Flory? Here. Councilmember Whitaker?
Present.
Councilmember Zara?
Here.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to invite Pastor Hector Salcido to lead us in the invocation.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Pastor Hector Salcido with Journey Church in the city of Fullerton. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the great men and women that are in this place, Lord, and the folks that are living in the city looking for better ways to make this city a better place. We ask for your wisdom. Open our minds to understand, our eyes to see, our ears to hear, and our hearts to receive the intent in its proper way, that we can gather, we can speak our piece in grace and in mercy as we look forward to making Fullerton a better city. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald, would you mind leading us in the pledge?
Sure. Would you stand with me and pledge allegiance to the flag?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. At this time, do we have any council members have ex parte communication they need to report?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Zara?
I had a chance to have a conversation, phone call with the president of the Fullerton's Firefighters Association, Dan Lancaster, and met with the president and vice president of the Fullerton Police Officers Association, and the discussion in both cases were about the attrition and retention issues that we are facing at our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none? Okay. And we'll next move to presentations. And first up is Donate Life. Ms. Lacey Woods, would you please come up?
Oh, it's not. We'll have you go right here.
So I'm Kathleen. Is this on?
Come speak on this.
Okay. I'm Kathleen Hostert, and this is my husband, Craig, and we would like to give you a glimpse into the past 16 years of the Donate Life Run Walk.
Today is a day we're reminded of our strength, taking a terrible tragedy and turning it into life. It's our day to celebrate the lives of those who left too soon and to celebrate the lives of the people they saved.
For the last 16 years, the Donate Life Run Walk has been celebrated in Southern California to really raise awareness of the power of organ, eye, and tissue donation.
My name is Doug Chafee. I'm the mayor of Fullerton, and I'm so glad to see this event in my city.
Today, we're expecting approximately 14,000 people to come out and participate, honoring donor families, recipients. This is our team.
Can you guys hear that in the back at all? The sound's off.
You look around at all these pictures of the people who have donated. It really brings it home, you know, that this is such a huge gift.
2 double lung transplants is a lot to go through, but every moment of every single day I wake up and I feel that gratitude for my donor, and I feel the gratitude for everyone here and everyone involved in One Legacy.
It's a great cause, you know, very noble. You bring us together to remember his memory.
To have that legacy, to be able to have that blessing, to know that, you know, he's going to be able to carry on through others.
You see the recipients that, you know, actually have benefited from the people that have donated here. It just really warms your heart.
And it's very therapeutic. It's nice to know that, like, I'm not the only one who has lost a child.
We lost our son, Jack, to a cardiac arrest within an hour. He already saved the life of a teenage girl that we understand with his liver.
My dad was able to help 6 people with his gift of life, and I'm so proud of my dad for choosing to help others just like he did in life.
You come here and you cry, but you feel really good about coming out and participating, talking to other donor families, talking to recipients.
Before I got sick, I didn't understand it, but now I get it. I got my heart transplant October 28, 2014. You see I'm sweating,
and I didn't even think I'd be able to run again or jog or anything, and I'm out here enjoying my life.
My friend who has that kidney has now watched his daughters grow and graduate high school and college. He was able to see all of it, is able to see all of it because of organ donation.
And we want to appeal to as many people as possible that if you can donate, you should donate. If we would all sign up on the list, 20 people every single day will survive.
You know, we don't know when we're going to pass away, but when we do, and when I do, I want to give to someone else.
I would say get out there, register, tell a friend, make sure they tell someone.
Keep sharing your story because you don't know the lives you might save in the future simply because you talked to someone else about what your family has gone through and the wonderful gift you have given to somebody else.
It really is my honor to be here and present this proclamation to Donate Life here. Craig, I'm blanking now. Kathy, I was going to say Kathy, and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. And on a personal level, I do have a cousin who received a liver about 20 years ago when it was in his infancy, and I do have a very good friend now who's waiting for a liver transplant. And on another note, I was at the first 5K donate. I was running. I was younger and whizzed through it. So thank you for doing this. And I'll just read a couple of the whereas because it's very important. It's whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-saving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. Whereas more than 114,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on the average, 20 people die each day while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry when applying or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jesus Silva, Mayor of City of Fullerton, on behalf of the entire Fullerton City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2019 as DMV Donate Life California Month in the city of Fullerton, and in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card, or by signing up at www.donatelifecalifornia.org or www.donvidacalifornia.org. And it is my pleasure to present this to you, Kathleen and Greg. Thank you for what you do. And I'd like to also invite the council. We can do one. And then we do have a representative from the Assemblywoman's office, and we'll do another proclamation for you guys. Okay? We'll wait for council here. Hey, you hold this. Yeah, you get to hold that one.
All right, here we go. We'll do this on three. All right, 1, 2. Oh, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. All right, here we go.
Thank you so much. All right, and we'll have. Why don't we stay here? We'll take one more picture with the the office from the Assemblywoman. We'll let Amy Ramos.
Hi.
Here.
Hi, I'm Amy, and this is Katarina, and we're from the Office of Assemblywoman Quirk Silva. And we have participated in Donate Life, the walk run, for quite a few years now. And we know that the Hostert family has put incredible energy and efforts and planning into bringing this walk run to us here in Fullerton, and have done a fabulous job. So in honor of National Donate Life Month, On behalf of the 65th Assembly District, we'd like to thank you for encouraging our community to save lives through the gift of donation. For 17 years, this will be the 17th one this year, Donate Life has encouraged Fullertonians to give the gift of life, and over 15 million Californians have signed up through the state-authorized Donate Life registry. Thank you so much, Kathleen and Craig, for your efforts.
Yeah, do one more. There you go. There you go. Here we go. On three. 1, 2, and 3. All right, there we go.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
I just want to say a couple words. We can be very proud of our city. This event is the largest of its kind in the country. That's something to be pretty proud of that we hold at Cal State Fullerton. And because of our partnership with the city that we started 15 years ago with our marathon, all 34 cities in Orange County proclaim April, and they all do the same event at every council meeting this month, proclaim April National Donate Life Month. And not only the 34 cities in Orange County, we've expanded to 231 cities now in Southern California. I think that's a pretty good accomplishment, something our city needs to be really proud of that we do and we hold here. And because of my transplant, my daughter is sitting here at 23 years old. She was 22 when I had my first transplant. She has all these good memories of her dad now over the last 20-some-odd years, which we're very happy. But we're very proud to have this in the city of Fullerton. And
Craig, your daughter was 2 when you had that transplant.
What did I? Oh, okay. She was 2 when I had the transplant. Thank you, honey. She's now 23. We've lived in Fullerton our entire lives. Both of us graduated Cal State Fullerton. Our son is the athletic trainer for the baseball team over there, but our daughter decided not to go Cal State, but to go to Cal Poly. What, go figure. Ooh. Yeah, and she abandoned us. Now, there's a lot of senior citizens in this room, and you're probably all thinking, they don't want my organs. There's nothing they can do with them. If you choose to be a donor, that's your choice. Let the medical professionals make that decision if the time ever comes about. Anyways, we thank you all, council members. We thank all of you for allowing us to continue our relationship with the city of Fullerton. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
And our second proclamation goes to the community, the Arab community, that we're going to, the Arab American Heritage Month. So, whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society, including medicine, law, business, technology, government, and culture. And I'll stop here for a second. We've been involved with some groups where our friends from the Arab community have come out and supported our community of Fullerton. They've contributed to school drives and helping various parts here of Fullerton. And again, it's who they are that really makes them makes everyone special here in Fullerton. They're a big part of our community, and I'm glad that we're doing this. And thank you for bringing it to our attention. So, lastly, now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jesus Silva, Mayor of the City of Fullerton, on behalf of the entire Fullerton City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2019 as Arab American Heritage Month and commend California of Arab descent for their significant contributions to the success of California, the strength of their communities, and the overall vitality of American society. And I applaud the efforts of the many individuals and organizations who have worked tirelessly to promote opportunities for others to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history and shared principles of Arab Americans. So, Rashad, thank you so much for accepting this. And Mr. Mazars, would you like to say a few words?
As an Arab American myself, I'm very proud of this moment, and I'm proud of our city for being such a wonderful, diverse city that everybody can celebrate who they are, but work together for what is best for our city as a common community. Thank you. Thank you.
On 3. 1, 2, and 3. We have one more right here.
Okay, I won't lose it on this one. All right, do you want to come back up, Katarina? My son went to school with the Hosterts, so I'm always very touched by their story. So we're here today, again, from the California State Assembly, and we're happy to help honor Arab American Heritage Month. And I do want to say that there is a resolution going through the legislature. I believe it started by the Senate this year, and it will be honoring Arab American Heritage Month as well. So on behalf of Assemblywoman Quirk Silva and the 65th Assembly District, thank you for celebrating the valuable contributions of Arab Americans in the city of Fullerton. Arab Americans enrich our community by sharing their rich culture while embracing the American spirit of opportunity that makes our nation free and prosperous. Thank you, Rashad.
Let's do one more. There we go. All right, here we go. On three. 1, 2, and 3. Here we go.
Is your mic on, right? Can I sit? Oh, let them talk first.
I just want to say thank you to Mayor Silva and the council. It's a historic moment this year because we also have an Arab American on the council, Councilman Zara. I want to thank also the Office of Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva. And I just want to encourage everyone that in April of this year, try to do a few things to celebrate Arab American Heritage Month. One, maybe pick up a book about Arab American history. This community has been here for for centuries. We're part of the fabric of America. Also, attend community events, Arab American community events in Orange County. There's a lot going on. And on April 20th, we have the Arab American Heritage Gala in Garden Grove. So we'd like to have as many people at the event. And third, perhaps visit Little Arabia next door and try some of the food and enjoy it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And at this time, excuse me, we will begin our public comments. And again, public comments at this point are for items that are not at the agenda and that are also within the purview of our city council. So at this point, Ms. Williams, how many blue?
I have 12 speakers.
12, all right, very good. So let's have the first one.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I want to officially introduce Katarina Ioannidis to our office and to you. She will be taking over most of Fullerton for us, so you'll probably start seeing a lot more of her than you will me, but we're really excited to have her. You're probably most familiar with her because she has worked in this area before, but we're really thrilled to have her on board, and I just wanted to introduce her tonight.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Shelley Youngbauer, and I was here back in December, and I'm back again. I'm here to address the issue of parking and RVs, public parking in general. It's come to mind that there are new ordinances, the 2 to 5 p.m. overnight. That seems to me to be like, let's face it, it's pretty much you can't sleep in your car, your vehicle overnight. That's made for homeless people, and that I feel is discrimination. A lot of us that are out there in the RVs, we didn't choose this. We're trying to get ourselves back up. We're being harassed, given parking ticket after parking ticket, paying the fines. We can't repair our RVs to go anywhere because we can't afford it. We're on fixed income, Social Security, disability. We all have pets. We would love to get into affordable housing. Make some housing that takes pets. I mean, I have an emotional support dog, and most of the people out here do. we need a place where we can go. We would love to, okay? Recently, I was parked in a safe location, I thought. It says public parking. And overnight they put up signs that, no, now it's a 3-hour parking. I had an officer approach me yesterday. I got out of the RV to go approach him back, and he put his hands like this, and he goes, my partner's right behind you, real aggressively. And I'm like, is this a threat? Is this a war? I'm just coming to talk to you and find out what's going on. He said the 3-hour parking thing to be enforced now. So now I can't go park at the park for more than 3 hours. And during the day, I don't understand that. We're not doing anything wrong. I mean, most of the 3 hours, you can't do anything if you're at the train station. And they're ticketing like that. I got a large amount of tickets to pay tomorrow, okay? I'm just addressing the issue of help us. I mean, like I said, Valencia Avenue between Raymond and Acacia on the side of the tracks, there's plenty of room there. We're not hassling anybody. Give us a dumpster, because we always pick up our trash. We just have no place to put it. Maybe a boys and girls porta potty, you know? And just let us get on our feet. It doesn't have to be permanent. Just someplace where we're not having to worry, especially women. We're out here alone. And at night, and we find a place to park where we're not going to get a ticket. It's in a darkened way. And you never know what's going to happen. It's really scary. And it's really hard. And I don't know, history shows that people destroy or get rid of what they fear. And the fear of being where I'm at, you know, is very real for a lot of people. And, you know, out of sight, out of mind. You know, if you don't see it, then you don't have to think about it. But we're here. And we want to work with you. You know, we would come out and see us. See what, we're not weird people out here that, you know, don't belong in society. We're trying to get back into society because we just got a financial setback, which could happen to anyone. It did to me, for sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackie Danis. I stopped by City Hall yesterday and spoke with Rebecca, and she gave me an affordable housing packet. There are plenty of opportunities, however, there's a need for pet-friendly units. A lot of us have emotional support animals or are in need of a pet, which can save pet lives by adopting from local shelters. We can utilize Fullerton College construction program by training homeless men and women so they can help build new housing, which could be their new home. This gives it a renewed sense of purpose and self-esteem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Caitlin Harper, and I live here in Fullerton. I've been here for the past 15 years. I don't own a vehicle. No one in my house owns a vehicle. However, the new parking signs that appeared literally in the middle of the night, I saw them put it up. It was very odd to me that they would choose a city worker would be paid at 3 o'clock in the morning to put up a sign. It was odd. But they are specifically targeting people that have been able to park there for years, since I've lived there. It's a parking lot, and also it's overflow parking for the train station. I don't know anybody who goes on a train, predominantly probably to go to work, and is only there for 3 hours, and they're not going to make it back. And these people are all getting ticketed. My neighbors got over $300 worth of tickets in a matter of a weekend. I mean, that's enough right there to set someone out living in an RV because they can't afford to pay all the tickets. It just seems like borderline extortion at this point. I mean, I just don't understand why people have to be victims of people that just are unfairly picking on them, it seems as though.
Ma'am, what neighborhood are you talking about?
I live on Truslow.
Truslow.
Yeah. Right across the street from Union Pacific Park. That's the park I'm speaking of. Mm-hmm. It's adjacent to the train station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, City Council, Mayor. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you this evening. On March 19, we came here as a group because we did, you see, a wonderful tour of our fire station number 1. And when we were there, we noticed, you see, the truck, the ladder truck, it was transferred to station number 6. And we came here, to ask to you why was the reason of that transfer, because we didn't know as a citizen. And because our concern is about safety, just in case of an earthquake, fire, and we have a lot of buildings, in our downtown, why it was removed, the truck from this area. And thank you so much, Mayor Silva, Councilman Sarah, and our city manager for addressing our concerns. And my request is, when we came at that time, we understand it was overwhelming, the situation our neighbors at Rancho La Paz. And maybe you guys didn't hear our question. And this is something that I talked with our city manager in a way that we can address, public comments, because we were waiting until very late to hear about it, and we didn't have a response. And maybe to improve a system, we have very capable staff in our city, how we can manage and respond quickly, maybe in a different way, like our city manager gonna let you know, and how we can, as a resident, we can be sure that you guys hear us and acknowledge us. Our concern for safety is for our fire department, because we see our firefighters moving and going to different cities, and we are understaffed in our police department and our fire department, and that is a big concern. How well prepared we're going to be, for a major earthquake or another, disaster in our city. And that's why our citizens, we want to be prepared, and do a search in different, districts in our city to help improve and be part of the solution. I always believe when we come here to talk to you, is talking to you in a way that is constructive, very respectful, and maybe we can work together, community, and our elected officials, we can work together, how we can do and tackle this problem that we're having right now. This is happening, in our cities, and I know the struggles that we're having, but our fire department, and here we have our chief, and I noticed that we have our captain, Adam Lancaster, and our chief, Adam Luzier. They do an amazing job. They are our heroes. They save lives every day. I don't know how they do it. The same our police department. And I think we have to find a way to help them too and retain them, because train a person and then leave into another city is absolutely, that is not good for our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karime. I'm a longtime resident of Fullerton, and today I'm here because on March 19, we came as a group to ask about the ladder truck that used to be in Station 1 and now it is at Station 6. My concern is in case of an emergency, since we have the buildings on our side, wouldn't it make sense of having the fire truck on this side of the city? Well, thank you, and I hope you can answer my question.
Thank you. Mr. Curiel.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Buenas tardes, Jesús Silva.
Good afternoon, Council.
Estoy aquí para lo mismo que dijeron mis compañeras. Estoy preocupada por si un temblor grande viene, no vamos a estar preparados. Tenemos muchos edificios grandes en esta área de la ciudad.
I'm here today to speak on behalf of what was mentioned just earlier. There is concerns that there are large buildings on our side of the community, and moving the ladder truck is a concern.
Nos gustaría mucho que nos escucharan. Lo estamos haciendo para trabajar unidos. Ojalá pudiéramos apoyar de otra forma, no nomás venir aquí y pararnos y a darles concern.
They would very much like to work with the council and would like to see that at some point they would be working together instead of against the council and move forward with other better concerns.
También le quiero agradecer al chief y al oficial de bomberos y también quería otra cosita, que si pueden mandar a alguien al limpiar los baños del Richmond Park que están muy sucios y también las líneas del cruce de Richmond en Orange Store no se ven las líneas blancas donde cruza la gente. Si pueden mandar a chequear eso. Muchas gracias.
Also wanted to thank the chiefs and also just to mention that the restrooms at Richmond Park would need some cleaning, and also I believe the crosswalk lines over Orangethorpe Orangethorpe and Richmond are starting to fade, and they could use some freshening up.
Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Paula Lundstone, and I come in behalf of the leadership of Fullerton, and I come to concern also for the fire truck. They are switched for number 1 to number 6, and I really appreciate if you guys give a little support, to help this station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then whoever's next in line, please.
Any other public comments for items not in the agenda?
Public comment? Yeah. Come on.
Hello, my name's Jim Warner, and I'm from the Rancho La Paz. Mobile home parks in Fullerton need rent stabilization.
We're going to address that topic, item 1. So if you wouldn't mind waiting until that item is on the agenda.
Okay.
So you can speak to it when we get to that item, please.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone here who wishes to speak on items not on our current agenda? All right.
Please make sure you're lined up on the wall behind me.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha. I came to talk to you about education and safe parking. I wrote a poem about the stresses that the residents and Fullerton police inflict on myself and the homeless living in vehicles and trailers. It's called Bang Bang at My Door. Bang, bang. Who's at the door to talk? Bang, bang. I'm sorry, I need you off this lot. Bang, bang. Please, sir, I have nowhere to go. I'm sorry, that's not my concern no more. Bang, bang, there goes my beating heart. Bang, bang, it continues in my dreams. Bang, bang, will the banging ever stop? Bang, bang, I'd love to hear a knock. Knock, knock, this is it, you need to leave. Knock, knock, please God love and cover me. Bang. I'm requesting that everyone, especially Fullerton police, tone down the aggressiveness, the ticket giving, the fear, and the lack of empathy. Homeless have enough problems like not enough funds, not enough public trash bins or dumpsters near where they stay, no public bathrooms or showers, the list goes on. So please, Fullerton police and residents, I'm homeless who doesn't do drugs or drink. I'm educated, I work, I pay my taxes. So please work for me and work with me by educating yourselves, the residents, the businesses, the church members, that homeless mean you no harm. And if they do mean you harm, then that's when the police can take matters into their hands. I know homeless can be rude and dirty, but not all homeless are the same or have the same issues. The homeless, like myself, just want a safe and legal place to park, quiet and well lit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Jensen Hallstrom.
Unsurprisingly, my comment tonight is regarding our community forest management plan. I'd like to start by stating that one goal of the 1998 plan called to plant 200 trees per year to fill the then 6,000 vacant sites and achieve a population density of 95% within 30 years. I would like to know, what is our progress now after over 20 years? Clearly, this is a priority, as for some people, the only transportation is walking a sidewalk, and if it's unshaded, they're especially susceptible to heat stroke during the summer, as we continue to see, rising temperatures, and especially days of extreme heat, which are described as days where the temperature exceeds 95 degrees. And so this is, a concern. I cannot find any information regarding the current progress on our plan on the city website at all. And also, the more that I read through this plan, I find that not only is it outdated, but also totally unenforced. This is especially true for the standards of tree trimming. Appendix number 1 of the plan states that the tree crew shall not perform any procedures that will result in tree decline, and then defines unacceptable pruning as severe cutting back of all growing tips, usually referred to as topping. Now, this is the most prevalent method of tree trimming in Fullerton that is performed by both our contracted services with WCA and also our in-house landscape division. Unfortunately, it's quick and easy, but it does contribute to a decline in the tree's health, lifespan, and also increases susceptibility to disease. Also, I was extremely dismayed to see such poor quality of nursery stock planted in Richmond Park this past Arbor Day. Not a single specimen met the standards set by our current community forest management plan, as every single specimen had been topped in the nursery. Not a single one had a main leader as specified by the plan. And also, every single specimen was a 24-inch box specimen, which, kind of made it a little harder to plant them in the first place by having to dig such large holes. But also that the species themselves are not sustainable, as magnolias, pink trumpet, and the jacaranda trees. If you've noticed, there used to actually be a row of mature magnolia trees along Highland that actually shaded the sidewalk. And just one year in 2016, they all dried up and died at once. So it's just quite unfortunate to see this, and I'd like to know what our progress is.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Doug Smith, and I have an issue here that I'd just like to discuss with you guys. I wrote it down, so here it is. In the city of Fullerton, numerous areas such as residential and commercial...
Excuse me, Mr. Smith, can you get a little closer to the mic or lift it up a bit, please?
Oh, sorry. I'm 6'7".
Okay. Thank you, though.
All right. In the city of Fullerton, numerous areas such as residential and commercial state no overnight parking or 1 hour commercial parking, yet the majority of these signs are not posted anywhere. In this city hall, I was informed on the second floor that it is illegal to park overnight in the city of Fullerton, even with no posted signs to advocate that. Yet, parking enforcers still permit those tickets on our windshields. I don't think it is wise to assume that everyone is educated to know all the regulations. In that case, I think it would be unlawful to permit a parking ticket on a tax-paying citizen with absolutely no permitted signs that advocate no overnight parking or 1 hour commercial parking. Let the city post those signs so that we can see them and not assume them. And thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paulette Marshall Chafee, and I'm here to give a shout out for our Love Fullerton Day that's coming up on May 4. And there are a lot of projects that you can sign up for by going online, www.lovefullerton.org. In the past, we've had painting the tables at Hillcrest Park. We've had graffiti paint out. We've had planting trees. We've had sprucing up at local schools, and all these projects and more are going to be going on May 4th, so I hope everyone comes out and participates. It starts about 8:30 in our downtown plaza. They're going to do a burrito brigade for breakfast with coffee, and you can get a T-shirt that morning and sign the waiver form, and then about 9:15 we all disperse and go to the various places in Fullerton to better our city. So we really need a large contingent coming out, and it's a very, very fun day. So love Fullerton on May 4th.
Thank you. So anyone else, speakers? Any more speakers for public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm calling to comment on last council meeting when we were talking about flagpoles. I believe you mentioned getting 2 new ones for additional flags and to keep Old Glory and the California state flag on one pole. Would a nautical flagpole be the thing instead of buying 2 additional flagpoles? And that way we could have our city flag at the very top and then the various recognition flags below that. It's something to think about. I don't know whether the cost would be less or more, but you can check into it. I think a nautical flag on city property would be very attractive, and as I say, people would wonder, oh, what are they celebrating today? And if you look into that and compare the difference between a nautical flag pole and 2 flag poles, you might find a difference. Thank you for your consideration. And one quick thing, Mardi Gras for Autism is Saturday. It starts at 11 o'clock behind by the train station, and it is a ball. And for any donations, you can spend as little or as much as you like, and it's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Esmeralda Orozco. I'm a resident of Fullerton, and I'm also here with the office of Congressman Cisneros. I'm just here to share with our constituents that our office is available to assist them with any issues regarding federal agencies, including the VA, the USCIS, and the Social Security Administration. I'm also here to invite you all to our upcoming town hall meeting this Saturday, April 6th, at the Chino Hills Community Center. That'll be at 9:30, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having us today. My name is Jenny Lee, and I'm the current president of Good Hands for One, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing sharing services for the underprivileged youth of Fullerton. These students seek assistance in mathematics or English, but for many outside help is out of reach. So on our side, we have eager, capable high school volunteers who are ready to provide assistance to help this new generation. We saw an opportunity to bridge the gap between student and teacher, granting the former a free resource for their benefit, and the latter a way to earn valuable experience while serving the community. We have been affiliated with the Fullerton City Council and Fullerton Public Library for almost 6 years now, and we are truly grateful for the Fullerton City Council's support giving us the opportunity to empower the next generation of students by providing access to rooms at the Fullerton Fullerton Public Library. On behalf of Good Hands for One, I would like to thank your consistent support and generosity towards Good Hands for One. And in fact, we have some of our volunteers here today, so we would appreciate it if we could take a quick group picture with the Fullerton City Council right now.
Bring him up. Why don't you all, Jenny, why don't you guys stand right here and then we'll We'll stand here, we'll huddle up. Come on, squeeze in there. Let's get the tall guys in the back.
We've got 3 more coming, yeah?
Oh, okay.
Well, totally set.
And while they're taking pictures, if we have any other speakers for public comments, would you please line up on the wall behind me so we can figure out where to cut off the line?
Thank you very much. All right, any other individuals here for public comments?
Hello, I have a question for the mayor. Mayor Silva, I know you're a respected teacher at Nicholas. I appreciate that. Trying to educate the future is really important. We saw some real dumbness out here with people crashing cars and going to jail. They just threw guns over the field, so that was quite interesting. But now that we're on city council, I've lived in the city for 55 years. Appalled to see that our water rates are going up again. I think that's all from Jennifer Fitzgerald that probably laughed because she saw me.
If you're going to address the water rates, I'm going to ask you to come back when that item is, because that item is on the agenda.
Oh, it is? Well, I won't address that right now then.
Okay.
You know, how we got Jan Fleury back on this council, because so she could be Jennifer's votes appalling. And then we have Zerard that's, you know, poor Bruce has no chance. The most dedicated, etiquette, honest person is Bruce Whitaker. He's true, loyal, and honest. And I have faith in you. Your wife was pretty good. You're an educator of students, so you think you're pretty fair. And it's just appalling to see our city rates going up, parking citation. Okay, I'll address parking. I own 6 units in this wonderful city of Fullerton. And with the water rates going up, I can just imagine how much mine will go up. However, the parking. My building was built in 1954. Most people had 1 car back then. So people that live in a 2-bedroom apartment more than likely have 2 residents and 2 drivers. So it is appalling that the city of Fullerton still has no parking from 2 to 5. Only 2 to 5. Crime happens all the time, not just between 2 and 5. So the parking should be looked at and regulated where 2 apartments, a commercial property where people live, you should at least be able to have, I supply 1 garage because that's all I have. Building was built with 6 garages. I have 4 2-bedrooms, 2 1-bedrooms. All of my tenants in my 2 bedrooms have 2 people that drive because it takes 2 incomes to pay the rent. So in areas like Montague, Commonwealth, Wilshire, we should have parking 24 hours for tenants that live there. It's pretty awkward for them to get up at 2 in the morning to move their car for 3 hours. Unless you're like me and you go to work early, you can move your car at 2 o'clock. Some people cannot move their car. So the city regulates overnight parking so they can give tickets for 3 hours. Yes, crime happens between 2 and 5, but it also happens all different hours. Just across the street just happened now. Juveniles with guns. However, this parking, like the man that was 6'7" said, it's ridiculous and the way for the city to make money. We need our residents that live in apartments to be able to park their vehicles so they can get up to go to work because they pay their taxes.
Ma'am, where are your properties located? Are you
Montague, Wilshire, Whiting, all of these streets
and you
are all
you are the owner?
Yes, I am an owner of Montague.
So there is an application process in which you can apply to...
Yes, we've done it, and it's always denied. Always denied. The thing is, 2-bedroom apartments require, if you have 2 people that live there, I supply 1 garage because it's all I have. And there's no other parking for them. They need to have a special permit for people that live on Montague or Wilshire or Commonwealth or Whiting that can apply for a permit to park their cars so they can go to work because they live there. And they don't get up at 2 o'clock like I do. So something needs to be done. So if this council cares at all about your city residents, maybe care about the people that live there. And I can guarantee you that I can show you every lease that their name is on it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Curtis Gamble. I'm an activist for the homeless and the residents also. I don't have a lot to say other than what I've always said every time that I come up here. Our homeless, they need a place to stay. I'm impressed that you're helping other cities. City Manager Dahmer, I'm very happy that you're helping other cities, Placentia and Brainerd Park. But Fullerton, according to Judge Carter and all other cities, must have a shelter to accommodate their homeless people. I don't know what it is that you guys don't really understand about that, but I'm here to, to kind of help you remember that this is a judge that is talking directly to you. I'm also here to remind you, Ms. Flory, that we sued the city of Fullerton, which you participated in the lawsuit, 3-year lawsuit. We settled our lawsuit based upon zoning for $500,000. And the lawsuit was very good to let us know where we could get shelters. You know that we are supposed to get a shelter. I mean, just because we have homeless people. And basically, that's what that lawsuit kind of agreed to, that we would do what was right, the right thing. I appreciated how nice and kind you were, and I don't think that we would have to do another lawsuit to make these things happen. Also, we must obey our city codes for emergency shelters and stop making up excuses why we can't obey our own city codes for emergency shelters. Our ADU units, I think that's great what you guys did. I think that's going to help out a lot for everyone, including the homeless. Fullerton homeless. I got 42 seconds. And we've done this for years. They asked me to come here to let you know that they love Fullerton. You may not love them, but this is their home. And they want a place to stay, even if it's Hunt Library, temporarily. Because I'm on the Continuum of Care Board, which gets $24 million, we can afford to lease it from you for a year, like they did in Costa Mesa. They gave the Lighthouse Church $400,000. The city gave them $480,000 a year to use that a part of their church. We could do something like that. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers here for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close that up. And Mr. City, public comments. All right.
Happy day. Thank you for serving. Now, I've been to the Anaheim City Council meetings and the Board of Supervisor meetings, and Ahmed has one. So you all kind of need to maybe thank Ahmed for this. Jesus Silva. You can take, okay, please, thank you. Jan Flory. Bruce Whitaker. And Jennifer Fitzgerald. So I've been a little bit harsh on Fullerton, but I really want to thank you for the improvements that you've made and for speaking with me and discussing the changes that Fullerton has brought about in their police department. Anaheim, we're still having 4 or 5 people killed a year. These are people who are homeless, mentally ill. There's never a recording provided. Matter of fact, our safety meeting just last Thursday, they presented a recording. This was a textbook, excellent arrest of a gentleman with a knife. Sadly enough, if you just go 30 days earlier, they had shot and killed, or actually 2 officers beat Justin Perkins to death. So you've really made some improvements. There's still a lot more to be done. When I come here and file complaints and claims, when I ask for meetings, it's because I want to help you. I want to make sure that what happened with the Kelly Thomas doesn't happen again. Please realize that the police aren't the only instrument, the only tool, the only proxy in this battle, that the courts are a major issue, and allowing courts to commit crimes against the people is a part of it. You know, part of the issues that I've had is my mother was a government documents librarian at Cal State Fullerton for 25 years. Nothing like being sentenced to life in prison and then turning and asking the judge to see the evidence being used to liberate you. The judge went from being the sweetest, happiest, kindest woman in the world to white-hot wrath, screaming bloody murder, cursing every word in the book, and storming out of the courtroom, sending the case to another. That was in Fullerton Court. So there's still things that need to be done. There's still issues that need to be addressed to take care of the homeless, the courts, and to create a positive, healthy community that follows the laws. The saddest thing was seeing Julian Harvey, the assistant police chief of Anaheim, stand up at the police commission meeting and in the most defeated terms say, "I am just a foot soldier. I just do what I am told." That leads to ongoing deaths. So when I do report, I ask that the laws, the facts, and the evidence be addressed. I present these in peace and respect because I love and care for each and every one of you, and I thank you for your service. Please, thank you. Happy day.
Thank you.
Oh, and on the mobile home park, please realize they invested in this community a long time ago, and they plan to invest in this community for a long time. Please help them, and please take care of that. Happy day.
All right, thank you. I see no other public comments. We'll bring it back to council. And Mr. City Manager, would you address some of those items if we can?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. First, I do want to apologize to those who came here at the last meeting on March 19th about the Truck One issues and clearly not responding to them. I know I did meet with Eagleeth last week to talk to her further about that, but in general, the Truck One was part of a negotiated package that we had with the Fire Association last year in which several different changes were made. Truck One moving from Station One was one of those. Also included was removing one of our engines and then taking some of those firefighters and supplementing on current engines who only had 3O staffing, so 3 firefighters or captain, engineer, and a firefighter, putting a 4th firefighter on that engine so that that engine, when they are running a medical call, and if a paramedic had to transport a patient with the ambulance, that truck or that engine, if it only had 2 members still on it, was out of commission. But if it had 4 members and 1 member went with the ambulance, then that fire engine technically was still in. So it was all done out of increasing the efficiency, given that most fire calls, 85% of them or so, are for medical-related reasons. That was one of the issues of moving Truck One, is looking at the statistical data as to where do we put the truck, where is it best utilized for when there is a fire. Safety is always a strong concern and the primary motivator behind looking at how we deploy forces both on the police department and the fire department. So it was the data that kind of showed us that, yeah, it was a good move at the time. And in talking with the new chief, we're always looking at the data to make sure that it pans out so we can make any type of change in the future.
Mr. Manager, on this specific subject, is there new data now?
I don't have any new data, but this data probably about 9 months or 10 months into it, so we can pull that data and present that at.
So when we have new data, we can reconsider this if it proves a positive move back.
Yeah, we will look at the data. Again, we're always going to look at the data and make sure. The issue with the truck being there was with most of the calls being medical, you're running a rather large apparatus for a medical call that is probably getting about 4 miles per the gallon. And the engine in that case was a better utilization of our resources. But yeah, we're always looking at the data to best utilize and make efficient use of those resources.
So this was an efficiency issue and a cost issue. Does it have any effect on public safety? Because I think that is what the community is concerned about.
At the time, we believed that it enhanced public safety because of the ability to have 4 staffing members on an engine. So therefore, when that engine was following a ambulance to the hospital, if one of their paramedics was on that ambulance and there was another call under the old 3O, that engine would not be able to respond. Under the 4.0 that we changed to, that engine could break off, go to that new call, and pick up or somehow get that other firefighter back onto them. So it did enhance our responsiveness times.
All right, thank you.
And then just to, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. These changes were made in negotiation with the union, so the rank and file agreed to this, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
So I know I saw the Public Works Director taking notes during the concern about some of the street issues at Orangethorpe and Richmond and the crosswalk, and looking at that. And again, anytime there's a concern about a traffic safety issue, a sidewalk, please do give the city a call or send in an email. The numbers are on the website, and also if you look under the city manager's weekly report, the last page is always a listing of numbers. It's a good thing to maybe print up that page or just have that page handy.
And don't forget the My Fullerton app.
And absolutely, the My Fullerton app, where you could actually take a picture of something and it'll geocode it and send it to the appropriate place with the city. So that's if there's a pothole or a missing tree from a tree well or an uplift sidewalk, that is a great way to identify things. On the 2 to 5 a.m. parking, and I believe Councilmember Zara, you did explain about there is an opportunity for exemptions. Again, on our website, there's a process about that. Parking did go through the Transportation and Circulation Commission about a year ago. They looked at the 2 to 5 a.m. At the time, it was determined to keep it. That seems to be a constant issue that kind of comes up and rears its head every several years or so. But again, if a group of residents do believe that they are being impacted by it, they can go through that process. I do know,
Mr. City Manager, wasn't it our decision to keep it? I believe that TCNC had a whole permit system that they were recommending to us, but we said we weren't going to do that.
Correct. It came back with a lot to it, and the City Council decided to keep the 2 to 5 a.m. parking.
Thank you.
A neighborhood can petition to be exempted from that, correct? But it requires a large percentage of the property owners affected to also approve it. Is that correct?
That is correct. And those program policies are on the website. I can't recite them off the top of my head. I do know at the time that the City Council did give direction to staff that to proactively look at neighborhoods that could be impacted by removing that exemption or doing some other type of parking control, specifically around the universities, or the university and the college. And so that has been. So over the last year, the TCNC and the City Council have seen several parking control mechanisms come through to loosen those regulations. Usually those roll through on a consent calendar. And I don't know if there's any more in the pipeline, but we can check on that. Lastly, regarding...
We can have a talk. You, myself, or the city manager. We can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And on homeless, today was a case access day with the federal court, David O'Carter, federal court judge. So you had a majority of the cities, the city managers, many mayors, legal counsels, police chiefs in the federal court case. And I know Mr. Gamble is, on the Continuum of Care Board and all that stuff. The federal judge does not require each city to have a homeless shelter or any type of shelter. In the North Orange County area, we are 1/3 of the county. We're the North Service Planning Area. They divided us up to make it a little bit more efficient to work with. The 13 cities of the North Service Planning Area have since pretty much day one been collaborating on homeless issues and addressing it. Everybody looked at their land uses and land sites. 2 sites, one in Buena Park, one in Placentia, were ultimately settled on. I do know that I believe tonight the Placentia City Council is looking at their shelter site. Next week, the city of Buena Park is deciding actually between 2 sites. They had one site identified off Lincoln, and then another is a city site. But he has been very lauding of the North Spa efforts to do this. In fact, the plaintiffs also have been very appreciative of our efforts, and we are working with them to further the response to homelessness. So it was a very good day in court, very informative. There was a lot of information about the health needs of the homeless population, tapping into what is Cal Optima, which is Orange County's version of Medi-Cal, and that is how we get basic medical health care to the homeless population. And by definition, homeless people are eligible for Medi-Cal. So I believe this week, either tomorrow or Thursday night, is a Cal Optima meeting. They are going to be looking at an approximately $100 to $140 million package that they will then start working with the county and the cities on ensuring that there's better health care for all homeless individuals, both unsheltered and sheltered. And that includes going out to the known locations and working with the cities to make sure that there's mobile health assessments and support to the homeless population. So that was very good news that came out of the court case today. Do know that the Register and the Voice of OC and several others were reporting on it, and so there will be news in the paper tomorrow, maybe even online shortly. But again, for the North Spa and our efforts as a partnership in there with the other 12 cities, the judge was very complimentary, has been extremely supportive of our efforts, and holds the North Spa cities as a model for the other parts of the county and even other parts of the state to follow. So that was very good news. It was a very long day, but very good news. So I think, real quick, Mr. Mayor, on April 23rd, we are holding a special council meeting. It's a strategic planning meeting, and that's an opportunity to set priorities, specifically in these times that are a little bit more revenue challenged. And as part of that effort, we're going to be expanding upon the strategic planning initiative that we did last year. So we are launching on our website kind of a community survey, and it's part of our OpenGov. It's part of their engagement tool. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes to do, and if you go to our website, which is www.cityoffullerton.com/strategic planning, there's also a little icon down at the bottom that you can just click on. And you can take this engagement tool that asks you some questions, asks you about, what do you see, or what would you like our vision statement, our mission statement, and then has over 50 different topics in which you can prioritize by selecting and moving around. So you can prioritize your top 3, or you can prioritize your top 50. It's up to you, but all that information will be of assistance, and that will be incorporated into our strategic planning initiative. We understand it's not a scientific data, but it is a way to increase the engagement and to reach out to the community to find out more of what they're thinking. And of course, it is a public strategic planning meeting, so we do encourage public participation and public comments at that time. So,
Mr. Manager, we have on the agenda here in the consent calendar the item that we approved last time, or we discussed last time, which is the strategic planning. Is this...
That's just an update. That's a receive and file update to keep people... Again, we want to make sure that people understand what we're doing and where we're going, and so that's some additional information towards it.
And it includes, part of that is a discussion here. It does mention that date.
Does
that mean that date we are going to be also updating this particular document?
Well, the date of the April 23rd is actually the time where we're going to be, updating the document.
You want to pull that consent item and we
vision.
can discuss it?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item number 3, please, and maybe we have a discussion on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Real quickly, how about the parking signs that some of the residents that were popping up overnight? Are we putting them up, or have they always been
I don't
there?
believe we employ people at 3 a.m.
Okay.
If the public works director wants to, I'm not sure.
We do have staff that comes on board at 3 a.m. to help with the downtown cleanup and the transit center cleanup. Typically, they're not posting signs, so we'll check into what that is.
But have we been posting signs? Is it on normal hours? Any new signs?
I'll double check that, but there is no new there's been replacement of existing signs, so there's been some of
Okay.
that, but I'll double check that we have.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just real quickly, on the urban forest, can we follow up on that? Just, I know we have it on our books, and just see what we need to do to it. If we are not following, do we need to update it? Do we need to eliminate it? Okay. Thank you. All right. And at this time, any other questions for staff?
I have a couple questions on some of the comments as well, but I can lead into my reporting.
All right. All right. So at this time, then we'll do staff and council communication. Ms. Zara?
I will start. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the comments, I think there was a fading of a crosswalk, and the Richmond Park restrooms need cleaning. So maybe you can make a note of that. Thank you. And then on the trees in Richmond that we planted, would you look at some of the standards and maybe present us with some reports on what those trees were that we planted? I know I planted one of them, which I was very happy was my first tree. So.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I do have a memo that I was working on to get out to you. It was compiled by Public Works staff, and my remiss for not getting it out to you in a timely fashion, but it is still in my draft queue of my inbox, so I'll get that out to everybody.
Okay, thank you. Also, on the CERT in Espanol, is this something that we need to agendize or have council give direction so we can actually start implementing this? Because I think it's a very important thing to have that.
No, we checked on that, and we are able to hold that same program in Spanish, and so we're looking at holding it in the fall. Our CERT coordinator can speak Spanish, so we'll be able to accommodate that in the fall for, I think, either 30 to 40 people.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And also on the issue of the community was mentioning some concerns about retention and attrition, and I think this is a major issue that I believe that we're facing in our city, whether it's public safety or I know we've lost also a code enforcement officer. So now we're down to 2 from 3. And what I'd like to do is ask council if I can get a second or maybe direction to see if we can do a study session on specifically the subject of retention and attrition in our employee in employment situation.
Well, I think at this time I would be open to that, but I like to get this year's budget done and our other study sessions completed this fiscal year, and then maybe we can bring it back after, because part of that, at least the way I see it, is part of the negotiating that we do with labor unions. So I wouldn't be opposed to that if we get some of these things off the table this year, and then we can bring it back next fiscal year. I would be open to that. But right now, I think we've got.
Well, I think it's important to have this discussion while we're having the debate about the budget, because it will affect our decisions on budget, and I'd hate to keep losing employees to other cities, and I don't even know where our standing financially is when we're calculating that loss, and sometimes the loss is tangible and sometimes it's intangible. We're losing experience as well.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, during the strategic planning session, we start that off actually with a more in-depth financial outlook, a 5-year and a 20-year look forward, because we do consider that a kickoff of our budget process and the public meetings that will come after that. During that budget process, we will be looking at staffing levels, talking about it. We can respond to any questions that the council may have based on the budget study session at the next meeting, which is going to be a public hearing either. So so there's opportunity during that time.
But do you think we
focus.
can incorporate during our strategic planning a section in which we discuss attrition and retention?
We can always bring it up as far as what the actual levels are. We do know what our vacancy factor is right now. We do know what we have lost, both for separations, which can be a termination, a resignation to go to another place, or retirement. So we have all that information handy. So it will be discussed during those council meetings.
All right. Well, I certainly will be bringing it up. Thank you. I want to continue. There's an item that I've been kind of paying attention to, which is on the weed killer roundup, and the county of LA has in fact halted use of it because there are some various information on whether it causes cancer or is linked to cancer. There's different studies. There's also a court case that the current judge, the current ruling has been to give to. I think they gave that verdict or the ruling to the plaintiff. So I'd like to consider us putting a halt as well on using Roundup and finding an alternative until we figure out whether what the actual studies are going to come up with.
That would require a council agendizing.
Yeah. Can we? Would I be able to get a second just to do this consideration?
Yeah, we can look at it and agendize that.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to just report a few of the activities that I've been doing in the last couple of weeks. I've attended the Cal State University Fullerton faculty and staff meeting at the Arboretum regarding their master plan, and it was an open discussion. Most of the people were concerned about the Arboretum, and so there is an open house if people want to go and visit, and it is April 10th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. with some presentations done. The other events, I attended the WTLC fundraiser. This is a organization that work in our community to help women and men struggling with domestic abuse. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 7 men have experienced domestic violence. And women and disabilities and people that identify as LGBT have even a greater risk. So this is a great organization in our community. Hoya Scholars fundraiser as well. I attended that. They help low-income students with tutoring and mentoring in Fullerton, mostly in the Garnett district, but I'm happy that now they've expanded into the Maple neighborhood to serve some of the students in that area. And on a personal note, this is my 3rd year doing my own Ahmad School supply drives. And I began collecting school supplies to benefit this time Pacific Drive Elementary School. And for the 3rd year in a row, the Night Owl is my drop-off location. And so I'm always appreciative of any school supplies dropped off there. I also, in my capacity as OCWD representative of Fullerton, I attended the Children's Water Festival, sponsored by OCWD, Disney, and others. There was 7,400 kids that came from all over Orange County. The school participating from Fullerton was St. Juliana's, and I had the pleasure of introducing them and talking with them, and it was a lot of fun. I was a little sad that it happened during spring break in Fullerton, so not many schools actually participated. So I'm hoping that next year we can work so that with the scheduling, so that we can actually get more schools out from Fullerton to participate in that festival. There's an upcoming event this Thursday, April 4th, from 6 p.m. at the Woodcrest Neighborhood Association in collaboration with Habitat for Humanity, and it will be a community forum to discuss plans to improve living conditions in the community. And it'll be at Woodcrest Elementary School Multipurpose Room. I want to give some OCWD updates. I've been assigned several committees, including administrative and finance, water issues, communication, legislative, retirement, and as an alternate on property management. I'm also going to be representing the OCWD at the Center for Demographic Research, Water Advisory Committee of Orange County, Waco, and the Association of California Cities, Orange County, ACCOC. I've had also, I've been having regular meetings with our representative on the Water District, Metropolitan Water District, Mr. Adan Ortega, and we've devised a framework of how to represent Fullerton on both these boards, focusing on building resiliency through efficiency in our water systems and advocating for disadvantaged communities. I provided a full copy for our council of this framework. The OCWD agenda items that matter to Fullerton from the last meeting included adopting support for Senate Bill 669, Caballero, to create a safe drinking water trust as a substitute to the governor's proposed tax on water, which everybody should be paying attention to. And there are other bills that we also covered, but this one I thought would be important to announce. We were presented also with...
Councilmember Zara,
Yes.
do you know if we've sent a letter in as a city on that bill yet?
No, but I would love the support of our city to send a letter to our representative.
I would think if it's consistent with our legislative platform, we could do that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. The bill number again?
It's 669. It's Senate Bill 669, Caballero.
Okay, and I believe our Public Works Director is on top of that one, so, okay.
And basically what it does, it creates a trust fund using some of the funding from our current California surplus. Instead of actually taxing water, we're using the money that we already have. And that would be a better option for using this to provide funding for disadvantaged communities in California. There are communities that can't even have access to water and clean water. So this is a good bill to support. Also, we were presented with the engineer's report on our groundwater basin. It's a very healthy condition due to now our good rain season. And there's a consideration of increasing our basin production percentage, the BPP, from 75% to 77%. Which means we can now pump out more water, and that could actually save us money because it'll cut down our costs from the imported water that we get from MWD. So that's a positive thing, and I think there's good support on the board for that. The groundwater replenishment system, the recycling water system, that's in its final stages of expansion. It's about 95% complete. And this will increase our purified water from 100 million gallons a day to 130, and that's actually quite a significant amount of money water that will be pumped back into our basin. And I've also requested a meeting with our general manager there at the OCWD and some staff to specifically talk about and get updates on our groundwater plume issue that we have, including trying to set up a community meeting to get an update because there has been some updates. And I will give you that information at the next council meeting or whenever I'm able to arrange for that. You can find more on the OCWD at ocwd.com. Thank you very much. That is my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Flory?
I filled up my car today at the gas station, and I noticed that the federal tax for a gallon of gas is 38 cents, and the state tax is in the neighborhood of 15 cents, and the city tax is 3 cents. And that called to mind whilst I was waiting for my car to fill up that it would be useful for the residents of Fullerton when they come up to the dais and they complain about potholes and all that kind of thing. It would be useful for our residents to know where their streets, where their neighborhood is in the queue for repair. I know we have some of that information available on our city website, but there's no explanation for why we are suffering the deficiencies in street repair that we are, and that virtually every other city in Southern California is as well. Part of it has to do with the fact that our vehicles are more efficient, so there are fewer gas sales. Part of it has to do with the fact that there was 35 years where the gas tax did not increase, and we are paying for it through the condition of our streets at this time. So I would like to see whether or not staff could put together a little one-page explanation for why our streets are the way they are, number one, and number two, to direct people to an online resource that talks about when they can expect to see some improvement in their particular neighborhoods. We are dealing with a couple of street improvement projects towards the end of our regular agenda, and so we're beginning to take little bites out of it, but it's important that you know what we're dealing with up here as well.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A week ago, Saturday, I was privileged to attend a group at the Fullerton Library. It was the Mojave chapter of the Daughters of American Revolution. This group, having been formed, it's based in Fullerton. Having been formed in the mid-20s, they celebrated their 94th anniversary this year. This was their annual awards ceremony where they provide awards to students, local students. They focus on reading, writing, history, generally education and scholastic achievement. Another awardee at that meeting was longtime Fullerton resident Greta Nagel as well, who was acknowledged. And that's all that I have this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald.
The only thing I have is, Councilmember Flory, I think you needed a second to direct staff to give us the information on the roads, and I would do that for you.
All right, thank you. And I will just say thank you all for coming out, and I would, let's say, move on to our item. And we've got and somewhat of a new procedure here, so I just want you guys to know that the public, that we moved the consent calendar to the beginning of the business portion of the agenda. So at this time, we're going to pull item 3. And is there anyone else wishing to pull a consent item? And once we pull it, we will hear that item at the end of regular business. If there's no other items, then we'll move forward and approve the rest of the consent calendar.
I'd move the balance.
Second.
Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So we'll hear item 3 at the end. And now, let me get to my place. We go to regular business. And item number 7, the discussion and direction regarding ability to control rent increases in mobile home parks within city and or other options regarding preserving affordable housing options within mobile home parks. And so, Mr. City Manager, do I take it or are you going to chime in first?
I'll let you take it.
All right, very good. So just to give a little update, back on the 19th when we had a meeting here, we had a number of residents from the El Rancho Mobile Park come to us and ask for some relief, given that the park had just been sold and the new owners had notified the residents that they were going to increase their rents anywhere from 40 to 55%. And in some cases, there was calculations maybe as much as 70%. So at that time, we weren't sure what to do, but we did take some action, and we were trying to contact the owners and the residents, and at that point, and I'll take a moment here to acknowledge Dr. Jose Moreno from the Anaheim City Council, who took the lead on this. He was meeting with the residents of that park and trying to figure out what to do, because the park falls in the city of Anaheim and in the city of Fullerton. So there's one park, 2 cities. And through that process, he was speaking with the residents. And then he brought me in, and we were speaking with the residents. And then Mr. Zara also came in to speak with the residents. And at that point, we were trying to contact the owner and try and figure out something to allow for some relief for the residents. In other words, we were trying to hold off and prevent that 40, 50% rent increase and try and figure out something. So as it turns out, when we did meet with the representative, I met with the representative of the owner, and we laid out some items that the residents had requested, that they do a gradual increase, that they give them more time. June 1 was the day that the rent increase were to take place, and that and there was a fear that the owner might interfere when the renters or residents there were going to try and sell their mobile home if they had to move. And so we brought this to the owner's attention, and we were in a waiting process and trying to figure out what to do. Eventually, on last Monday, the owners did meet with a couple of residents and the mayor of Anaheim, and they worked out an agreement where they're going to meet and try and come up with a deal. And at that time, the city of Fullerton, we were not notified of this meeting going on, but the points that were brought up at that meeting were the points that myself, on behalf of the residents, had notified the owner's representative. This is what the residents are looking for, to try and get some relief and see if we can work out. So,
well, and I think you also found out at that time that the owner had agreed not to do any rent increases until September at the earliest, so he would have time to work with the residents.
Yeah, and then that's the next. Yeah, so at that meeting, what the owner did decide is he was going to rescind the notices of a June increase for the increases to take in June. So he rescinded that, and he moved the rent increases till September 1st, and that. And he did also suggest that there would be maybe a gradual increase of rents versus all at once. And he also he mentioned that he would not interfere if an owner wanted to sell their coach, that he wouldn't interfere in that process. Now, he's saying this, and right now, when we were notified today that the owner has agreed to come into the park and meet with a group of residents to try and work this out.
Well, and as I also understand it, that he would expand his subsidy program and that he would work with anyone who is having a financial problem.
Yeah, and that was the other thing that we also addressed, that subsidy application was like 12, 14 pages long, so he agreed to shrink it a bit. He agreed to provide some help. And he also said to me that he was going to work with everyone and he didn't want anyone to be kicked out. And so given all this, I think this bought the owners, the new owner, and the residents some time to try and figure out a best possible deal for them. And so when we initially agendized this item, we were not completely aware of all this. So on my behalf, in order to provide some relief, we had discussed a possible an urgency ordinance to prevent this type of increase or other direction. So at this time,
Mr. Mayor, also,
yes.
I just want to say that also I did have a chance to meet with the owner, and also I met with his attorney in the past week or a couple of weeks. I think it was at the same time you were meeting, and one of the things I had asked for is his guarantees in writing. So we do have his letter, and we do have his I guess it's a Q&A in which he states all of the things that he said he would he promised to do. So I don't know if this is public or if any of the public would have that, but I think you would be able to see that as well. So that was part of what I requested and we pushed. And there was a lot of political pressure on him as well, and we were hoping that that would bring him to negotiate and rescind. And I think that was very successful, at least in getting us to this point where now we have time to negotiate with him and to come to solutions for the residents themselves to also negotiate on their behalf. They need to negotiate directly with the owner, and I'm hoping that we will. And I told them we will be watching and observing this as those negotiations happen.
Yeah, so we're at a point right now where we do want to give time for the owner and the residents to work out something if possible. But also one of my concerns is we do have 6 mobile park homes in Fullerton, and I do want to make sure we address their concerns if there is concerns. And I know that in Anaheim, some of the members from the El Rancho Park have been contacted by other mobile parks about their rent going up substantially. So with that note, I do want to have a discussion tonight after we hear from you all to see what are some steps that we can take to assist in giving you all time, and also to look forward and see how we can help any other mobile park residents that reside in Fullerton keep their homes and not be presented with a 30, 20, 40% rent increase. So with that, if there's no other questions from council or staff, we'll bring it up, open it up to comments. Ms. Gerald? All right. So we'll hear public comments, and then, like I said, we're trying to figure out an option here, and you will help us decide what direction we take. So at this point, we'll open it up to the public, and this is on item number 7, the mobile park home situation.
Thank you so much. My name is June Perez. I am a resident of Rancho La Paz. My husband will be 90 years old this year, and he's on dialysis, stage 5. We live a mile away from the dialysis center. We get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 days a week, to get his dialysis. And I really, really appreciate your concern and your interest in us. One thing I would like to do, those of you that have not been to our park and have not met our citizens, I'd like to invite you. Councilman Zara and Mayor Silva have both been there to help us understand what the legal process is. We are kind of floundering right at this minute, although we have help from Golden State Mobile Home Association, and that does help us. But I would say that the median age of the people in the park is between 70 and 75 years old. They can't work. They can't get a job because of infirmities or inability to work. And most of them are on Social Security because they are at that age to draw Social Security. I just hope and pray that you will not lose interest in us, because we will become your problem, unfortunately, if we are displaced. And because there are no laws on the books from Sacramento, from the city, from the county, that will prevent us having 40, 55, 70% increases in our rent. And that's just the land we're sitting on. My husband and I have about $210,000 invested in there. You don't pick up a mobile home that's 64 feet long and 26 feet wide. You don't get up and move that. And if we can't move it and we have to leave, the owner gets our mobile, and we have nothing to start over again at 90 years old and 76 years old. So I am praying for you that you would make wise decisions. I'm inviting you to come. I will host you at our home. If you that have not been to the park, I'd like you to meet my neighbors and to just maybe even go into some of their homes. Some are not as, I'm sorry, but anyway, some are not as big as ours and maybe as new as ours, but they're people, and they have needs and they have wants, and they worry every night now when they go to bed. They worry, because I know I do.
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Clay Haig. I'm the Director of Operations for Park Management, Inc. We own and operate one of the other 6 mobile home parks in Fullerton, Country Place Mobile Home Park on Orange Thorpe. At the last meeting, we had endorsed the idea that this was not good business to increase rents by as much as that park owner did. And we're happy to find out that he has since rescinded that increase and is willing to talk about other ways of recouping his investment. Just want you to know it some private nudging as well on our side of the equation to try to persuade this fellow to reconsider. I've been in this, like I told you last time, I've been in this business for over 30 years. I've been to city council meetings just like this, county supervisor meetings just like this. Same things are said. Same things are brought up at each of those meetings. And And every time a city or a county has enacted a rent control ordinance with a rent review process, that adds a whole new layer of bureaucracy for that agency. And when that happens, that means that public money is spent to administer those ordinances for a specific group of people. But the money that you spend on that comes from everybody in that community, in that town. I heard earlier in the meeting tonight that there's going to be some strategic planning regarding budgets and that sort of thing. It might be a good idea if you're going to consider a rent control ordinance, discuss those with some of the partners that you have in the city of Fullerton. This may impact your specific budget, your nonprofit organization, your whatever organization that's working with you, because it becomes a public policy, and a public policy that is going to be spending public money to administer it. Just having a staff member is one thing, but then you may get into legal issues as well. And just about every single rent control jurisdiction that I've ever witnessed has gotten into some kind of legal problems and gets very, very expensive. So keep that in mind. As a resource, I would be more than happy to sit down with your staff whenever these discussions occurred. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Sir, I'd like to ask if I can come out and visit your mobile home park and take a look at it and maybe talk to some of the residents there. Would that be possible?
That's possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next.
My name is Todd Harrison, and I am a resident of Rancho La Paz. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for hearing us tonight, and also the City Manager, who also came and spoke to us about this process and helped us understand what we needed to do. Until last October, I had a good job as an engineer. Then I had emergency brain surgery, and like many of my fellow park residents, I'm now on a fixed income, of which that rent increase alone would have been a substantial percentage of my income. And the reason we're all here comes down to the track record of the new owners. We're not the first park he's bought in multiple states, and we're not the first park he's bought to get radical, sudden, disabling rent increases. He talks about the things he will ease off on, how he didn't understand the issue for us until all of you and Anaheim and our state legislature started showing up at his door and telling him what he needed to do. It's not his first ride. He knew all of this beforehand. It just did not matter to him. And the moment public attention wanes or turns away from him, we can expect nothing from him over the years and decades to come, except the same track record, the same plan of moving out seniors and moving in families that can afford to have two wage earners and are too busy with earning those wages to be a political pressure movement of any kind. He will, at the first opportunity, change the nature of the park. His track record alone says so. So I think you're going to become very used to seeing me and many of my fellow residents at meetings for a very long time to come. I've been reworking my life this last week, so I will have 2 Tuesdays a month free to come, and we will be seen before you a great deal more. We are not going to let this kind of fade away over time, as I'm sure the strategy that he is planning is hoping. He bit off more than he could chew when he bit off this larger community of senior citizens, many of them now in great fear, but all with the time we need to keep this in the public eye. And I'm asking all of you to not turn your attention away, because we senior voters are still going to be here, and we are still going to be asking you to pay your attention to this issue. 12 seconds. All I can do is thank you and encourage you to work with as much as you can with Anaheim. They're not your voters. They're not your jurisdiction. But the two cities share the care of all of these residents, and I encourage you to keep working with them as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rosemary McLeod. I've met a couple of you many times. I want to thank you, first of all, thank this fantastic group for the efforts you have already taken. This first effort, you're big winners. And because you're big winners, we're big winners. But we're not finished. We know that. They're not finished. This concept of buying up mobile home parks and raising the rents in huge numbers, 50+% numbers, is a relatively new concept. About 10 years ago, it all sprang from an article that somebody wrote. You want to make some money, quick and easy, buy mobile home parks, raise the rents. And some people heard that message, and they're acting on it. Rancho La Paz is not the first one, and I'm sure we won't be the last one, unless I would like to see Fullerton be number one leading this state in legislation to stop this. I know rent control was failed, not by a lot, by a small margin last year, but I would like to propose rent control for mobile home parks, because they're not mobile. They're not mobile. They're not coaches either. They're houses, and they are anchored in that soil. If you have an apartment and the rent goes up, you say, well, I'm not going to put up with this. You pack your clothes and you put your furniture in a truck and off you go. We can't put our house on a truck and off we go. The cost would be more than the worth or the value of the house, which, by the way, the values have gone down quite a bit. We now have 36 or 37 houses for sale. 3 weeks ago, we had one house for sale. I know because I'm helping my priest find a house to retire. So all these houses being sold at the same time has brought the price down, some as much as $50,000, some $20,000, $30,000. We really need you to take a very strong action, because you're not going to see these people homeless on the streets. They're not just being run out of this park. They're being run out of the state of California. I can tell you right now, people I've spoken to, one's going to Utah, one to Arizona, one to Colorado, another one, believe it or not, as far as Tennessee. Someplace where they can live on the money that they have available to use. So I don't know if there's a place in Orange County for the elderly, for the handicapped, for the people who have served their country. My husband served in the military for 21 years. After that, we both served as missionaries for 25 years. We just retired 5 years ago to our beautiful home in Rancho La Paz. And, well, there we are. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jim Warner. I live in Rancho La Paz, and I almost want to say what they said, because it's absolutely true. What we need, though, I heard the term rent control, and I think what we need is rent stabilization. And rent stabilization prevents excessive and unreasonable rent increases, but does not stop the owner from having a reasonable rent increase. For instance, they're typically based on the Consumer Price Index. The Consumer Price Index for this year, as I've read online, is 4.5%. Sometimes there are also a factor added, like plus 1% or plus 2, something. If there was a decrease in the CPI, the owner wouldn't suffer. it would only be for increases. It also, he could increase the rent when he does new capital improvements, and he has a right for a fair return. But this rent was just crazy. You might be aware that there's a shortage of mobile home park spaces all throughout Orange County. The supply of home spaces has been either frozen or declining. Mobile home park construction basically stopped back in the 80s. And so us mobile home owners are what you would call, or I would call, captive tenants. We're not like a tenant of an apartment house. As a practical matter, mobile homes can't be moved easily and are in fact really should be called immobile homes. Most of our homes in the park were built before 2000. If you had a home that you could move to another park, other parks won't accept old homes. The cost of moving a home is just substantial. When we put a home in, we put in steps, landscaping, fences, driveways, carports, garages. Again, all of these costs are what's known as sunk costs. The only way we get a benefit from those costs is by occupying the home that we put those in. Again, we can't move easily, so we're captive tenants. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and City Council. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg. It's been a while since I've been here, but I am here to make a comment on this issue because although the residents feel that they, as tenants of a mobile home park, are somehow different from tenants of an apartment building, they're not. There is an overall shortage of housing. It stems from the lack of building that we have failed to build to keep up with our population. As seniors age, we're going to need more senior housing, not less. I really would like to point out that SB2 money, the NOFA, Notice of Financing Available, was just released this week. There's money for planning, there's money for building, for permanent supportive housing, for senior housing, for low-income housing. We stand at the precipice of an opportunity to build more housing, which is what is the answer to this problem, because you can slap a rent control on this one mobile home park, and it will do something in the moment now for these people here now. But it's not going to do anything for the future. It's not going to increase the supply. It's not going to take care of me in, 13 years when I'm 55 plus and I'm eligible to live in the Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. It's just, it feels good now because you punish the rich landlord, but it's not good public policy. It's not going to get us what we need, which is more housing units, so that when someone, whether they're a mobile home renter or an apartment renter, is slapped with, some change in policy, rent, they have somewhere else to go. They can say, you know what, I don't want to pay this much. And there's sufficient supply that they can go out and rent something that better suits their needs, whatever that is. And to make this policy is all it's going to do is shut down future opportunity for development. I really disagree. I think that it will. And I think that when you are considering making policy, you need to think past just the people that are here now. You need to think about me in 20 years. You need to think about the millennials that are still being priced out of the housing market because they can't find something to find something to buy. There's a lot of millennial homeowners that would like to be homeowners and can't find something because we have a housing shortage. So please, big picture, we have a housing shortage, and although rent control feels good, it feels good, and I get that. I get the desire to want to stick it to the rich guy, but it isn't good policy. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would ask the audience to please allow the person speaking to speak. Give them your turn. Give them their turn, and give them your courtesy, please. Yes, and you can always, if you disagree with somebody, if you haven't spoken, you can come up and give us your 3 minutes, not 2 cents, but 3 minutes. So please, if we would just be a little more mindful. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Last time I was here, I left you as hoping for you to be my city of hope, and I want to thank you for that. You've given my community some hope by attending our functions and meeting with us and sharing your well stories. I really like that. But, we're here to try to discuss what to do. And a lot of complaining and not much action. Again, you mentioned earlier you didn't have any idea. This is kind of new to you, not something that you're just trying to address it. And in doing so, you've kind of gotten the background of this gentleman that we're dealing with. And we see over at your counterpart, your sister, your neighbor, Anaheim, kind of falls in line with that, trying to figure out what to do as well. They're acting to date, trying to put together some moratorium, an ordinance. Not so much, I believe, an emergency anymore. They're going to make it move forward in another manner as opposed to where you would have to make an emergency and get a supermajority. Well, I'm going to urge you to reconsider that, having you decline to do that. I would encourage you to reevaluate that and now bring it again up for a vote. And hopefully all of you will take that supermajority into place, only in the fact that now that we're dealing with this gentleman, in his good faith, he's already raised the rent to our tenants to $1,200 from $1,100 on my side of Fullerton, which was $1,000 on Anaheim, to $1,200. So the new people coming in are going to pay $1,200. He's going to expect us to pay $1,200, and that's where you got 55% here, and it's 70%. Not 55, it's 70%. And you're giving him the benefit of the doubt? Why would you do that when you can clearly see that he's lied to you? He's clearly lied to you. He makes you look like a fool. He makes us look like a fool. And the only way to stop this is to use our vote, our senior vote that we gave you, and then act this moratorium to keep him from moving forward. Because the next thing he's going to do is appease you one more time, and you're going to be back here again. It's $1,300.
Sir, would you explain again that 70%?
Well, if you look at my 705, which is common in Fullerton, 705, and it was $395 increase a week ago. If you take that and you divide that, you get 55%. Most everybody that was here at the last council meeting now kept saying, not 50, it's 55. Well, now if you add that extra $100 and you put that against the 705 and you bring it to $1,200, that brings it to 70%.
Where did the extra 100 come from?
He incorporated it just now. He actually took a sign down from one of the new owners and told them, take your sign down because it says $1,100 rent. And we asked him why. The realtor called him up, said, why did you tell my seller to take that sign down? Because that's not the rent.
So this is not on the current owners, but the new owners?
This is the new owner, John Sanders.
Okay, so you're saying your rent is currently what?
$705 at this time because it will be going up to $1,200 because of what we're doing now.
No.
What?
Did he increase it $100 to $805? Is that what you're paying now?
No, I'm just anticipating why we're doing. A minute ago it was $1,100, and then he rescinded it. Now it's $1,200. The new rent coming in is $1,200. It'll be our rent.
For new tenants.
It'll be our rent. It was $1,100.
Wait a second.
Wait.
Your rent has not increased to $1,200.
Okay, I can argue. I can debate that. Hold on. I can debate that with you real easily. It was $1,100 a minute ago, and it was $1,100 for new people coming in. Now it's not $1,100 for new people coming in, so it's $1,200 for new people coming in, which is the same as what I am. A tenant there. I'm new to him, so he's going to raise my rent to $1,200.
So you're thinking he will?
Well, no, we're pretty convinced that that's what he's going to do. And let's not lose track of dollars and cents. Let's lose track of good faith. This is what he's taken and used against everybody. That's what he does. He comes in and pretends that I'm going to work on behalf. He did it to Huntington Beach. You know, what really amazes me is you all don't see the where you want to do this at. And the perfect community to understand this at is Westminster. And guess who's on their board? Guess who's on their board? Every one of them is Vietnamese, and guess who owns all those mobile homes? Their parents. And their parents, they're not going to let people take their parents out.
Let's give someone else a chance. Right.
Okay, well, again, my solution to start is please reenact your moratorium, okay? Thank you.
Hi, I want to thank all of your council members for bringing this up for discussion. I had something I wanted to say tonight, but something just came up that is relevant to this discussion. As I was sitting in the back, I received a very important call from one of our Anaheim residents who had just finished at the Anaheim City Council meeting to state that John Sanders will be at Rancho La Paz this Friday to talk to all the residents. The residents will receive a letter tomorrow with the time and the details. John Sanders is aware that Rancho La Paz is meeting to vote on April 15th to become part of GIZMO, which is the Golden State Mobile Home League, and also that we have been becoming to have our own HOA. It's felt he is coming to convince us not to join GIZMO or to have an HOA. We have heard that his argument is that, well, I'll just sell the park. We're not fully aware of his intentions, but we have a strong suspicion he is coming to coerce us into not forming an HOA or becoming part of GIZMO. Please, we invite you council members on Friday, and I'll get all of you the time and the details. It'll probably be at the clubhouse, and all of the Rancho La Paz residents are welcome to go in front of John Sanders, because we've got to stop him, because we know what he is all about. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn Davison. I'm hoping that a lot of you council members, Bruce, you'll probably be there on Friday. We have to help these seniors. I am a landlord of 6 units. I keep my rents low because my people have stayed there. I have an 82-year-old lady that's lived there 25 years, and I don't raise her rent because she can't afford it. People that are not in my situation, they buy properties with high property taxes, they raise the rent, they gouge the rent, they don't care about the people. And we have 90-plus people that have lived in these properties for over 40 years. I believe a guy was here that was 97 at the last meeting. It's amazing. I probably won't even be here at 97, more or less be living in a property that he's lived in for 50 years. Somehow the city needs to try to help them, but being a greedy landlord that owns this property, the city can only do so much. So hopefully you guys will help these residents, because they do need help at 90 years old, 80 years old, many of these people on Social Security. However, what he probably wants to do is get all these people out, so he can raise, they're probably going to try to get approval for high rises, which is going up all over the city. If you look at Euclid, and that's probably what they want to do with this property. Build more high rises. There's no place for these people to go to school. Schools are impacted, roads are horrible, but let's just keep building high rises and bringing more and more people in. Horrible to force these elderly people out. Elderly people that don't have any choices. It's even hard for them to move. Some of them struggling with health problems. So hopefully this council will try to help these people and not approve high rises, because I guarantee you, as a greedy landowner that's buying this property, it's probably what his intention is. Let's get rid of the mobile homes and build high rises. And if all you guys approve it, you're not helping any of these people, because greedy people want to get rid of the mobile homes to build high rises, like a lot of people up here have approved in the city. All over Orange Torp, all over Euclid. We do not, the building in Harbor next to Costco is atrocious. And those people trying to get out, and they said they're going to park at Costco, guess what? Costco is not going to allow them to park there. There's no parking for those buildings that you guys approved to have that building put up. They think they're going to park at Costco. They're not. And then they think people are going to take public transport. I mean, you need to stop building high rises.
Ma'am?
There's no room for them. Yes.
Ask a question. So you're a landlord.
I am a landlord.
Do you raise rents?
No. I keep my rent very low, very reasonable for my people.
You do not increase it at all.
Very little. My rents.
What's that little?
My rents are the cheapest in Fullerton for 1 and 2 bedrooms.
What's the percentage that you raise your
I
rent?
don't think I need to discuss exact prices with you, but I guarantee you they're low because I have people that are 80
I'm sure
that
people
are in full
appreciate
security that keep their rent, a 2-bedroom at $1,000 a month. Can't find it.
And I do hope that Mr. Whitaker does come to one of these meetings because he hasn't so far.
He probably will.
Thank you. Next. Yeah.
Cheap shot.
Now let's.
Okay.
Mr. Gamble.
Mayor, City Council, Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless and the residents, also mobile home residents. Also, I'm a former real estate broker. 14 years as a broker. I just want to talk. I'm an active community person, and I see that we have an issue, and it involves, real estate, homes, living, and that's what I specialized at when I was, what was that, about 15 years ago, when I was doing real estate. But anyway, I want to share some things, just conversation basically. I am on the Continuum of Care Board, which is up under the Board of Supervisors. That's what we do. We help people stay off the streets, not become homeless. Rancho La Paz mobile home, I want to help the seniors. We want to help the seniors. When I go to meetings every month, this is what we do. We have, for the homeless community, to prevent anybody from becoming homeless. Also, we have over the county $700 million available to help. The mobile home units are in between our SB2 zones. It's in between Anaheim SB2 zones, where we're allowed to build shelters. It's in between Fullerton's SB2 zones. It's right beside the Rock Church, which is allowed to have at least 50 housing units by right. So basically this mobile home park is in our by right zone. And we're very much interested in permanent supportive housing for all. We don't think that these people will become homeless. We don't want them to become homeless. We won't let them become homeless. We have the money to support them. I invite all of you guys to come to the Continuum of Care Board, speak with Susan Price and anyone else that you would like, and we will make this work. We will buy the mobile home park. $85 million is nothing to the county, and that's what that park is basically worth. We have $1 million available for homeless to prevent that type of thing. So I just like to say, take a look at the municipal codes, Anaheim and Fullerton. Anaheim codes have been updated, and you will see that these codes, Anaheim city codes, will help the mobile home people be able to stay in their houses. There's no way we want them to move. There's no way we want more homeless on the street. Even though Fullerton doesn't have an emergency shelter, Anaheim has about 4 or 5 right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to attempt to be less controversial and caustic as I was at the last meeting. So I think I represent mobile home park owners, and I think it's important that you hear something from us.
I wish everybody would introduce themselves before
I'm sorry, did
comments.
I not?
No.
I apologize. I'm Julie Polly with the WMA. And I represent mobile home park owners. And I think most park owners are in agreement that residents should be treated as valuable customers, and residents should have reasonable, predictable rent increases, and residents should live in well-maintained communities that are managed professionally. They deserve this respectable treatment. More importantly, the seniors at Rancho La Paz deserve this treatment. I'm so very sorry that this hasn't how you've been treated. I'm thrilled that the increase has been rescinded. It shouldn't ever have happened, and the park owner said as much. So where do we go from here? I'll state the obvious. There isn't a high level of trust, and that's understandable. So can I offer 2 observations? The residents at Rancho La Paz are in a strong position. Now, bear with me, don't boo me, but this park owner has track record here in Orange County of finding a solution that's acceptable to residents. Residents in Huntington Beach have gone to the city council meetings and told their councils that they were satisfied with the negotiations with Mr. Saunders, and I was there, so it happened. Secondly, you're in a strong position politically. If Mr. Saunders doesn't live up to his words, this council can call a meeting in 24 hours to stop anything egregious or unfair. So the residents have many concerns: rent on existing residents, rents on incoming residents, and the rental assistance program. All of these items should be part of your negotiations with Mr. Saunders, and each of those items should be resolved to your satisfaction. To the council, I'm sorry that you've been put in this untenable situation. I'm sorry that the other park owners who treat their residents honorably have been put in this position. They have been consistent, predictable, and many with long-term leases on rents. If you move forward with a rent control item, it's the only 5 other parks that'll be harmed by this who have been acting honorably. So in closing, legislation and regulation is never because of the virtue of an industry. It's always in response to practices that are seen as unfair or wrong. So I hope this council, the Anaheim Council, and the residents would allow the owner the opportunity to live up to his promises. You might be surprised and get an outcome you didn't think was possible, and you can return to living your retirement peacefully, affordably, respectfully in your home at Rancho La Paz. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this topic? Please step forward. If not, we'll bring you back to council. One more here. Go.
Can I touch that? Honorable Mayor, members of the council, my name is Vicki Talley. I'm the Executive Director of the Manufactured Housing Educational Trust, an association that represents Fullerton mobile home park owners and mobile home park owners in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. I've been working with mobile home community owners for the past 37 years and administering their organization. Listen very carefully tonight to all the comments, listen to the comments from the previous meetings, and understand the predicament that you all are in. I'm always concerned with the scare tactics and fear that is promoted in some of these comments. So I want to first assure the residents of the mobile home community, Rancho La Paz, that the rents are not going up to $1,200. The council members that asked the question about that were absolutely correct. That would be the incoming rent for new residents. We also know that the noticed rent increases have been withdrawn and will be reevaluated. The rent subsidy program that Mr. Saunders offered is also being reevaluated to continue for a longer period of time, and I'm working closely with him on that. In fact, our office will actually administer that program as an independent third party. Listening carefully to the challenges that your city faces, I don't think you need to have one more expenditure in your budget without giving a try to a private solution. And that's what our organization MED has been all about. We've worked very, very hard over the years to come up with private solutions to address issues such as we've heard tonight. We've administered and we have in place programs, and I've submitted a written comment for the record, but we have programs in place that provide mediation. We go out and we work with the owners and the residents to solve problems. Very, very happy to participate in this particular parks situation with the owner. We have a 24-hour hotline for issues. We publish a monthly newsletter for mobile home park residents. And we have a rental assistance program that's been in existence for over 30 years for all residents in Orange County mobile home parks. I provided you with a copy of that program, and it's a gift. We provide subsidies for qualified low-income residents. So I want to assure you and the residents of Rancho La Paz that this issue will be resolved. No one will be put on the street. Mr. Saunders or any other mobile home community owner in Fullerton or beyond doesn't want the residents to move out. The residents, they're in the business of renting the space and providing a community for the residents. No one will lose their home. No one will be put on the street. And I look forward to the opportunity of working with you and with the owners of the park and the residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Talley, Ms. Talley, I have a quick question. Would you be available to stay because we might have some questions to ask you?
Oh, most certainly.
Thank you.
Happy to do
and
that.
Also
Thank you.
for Julie. Thank you.
No, you get one turn, but thank you though. Anyone else? Any other public comments on this topic?
Mayor Silva and council members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Irene Malloy, and I live in Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. And I purchased my mobile home 10 years ago, and I thought I would retire there. I fell in love with it, and I have a beautiful home and close to my children. And with this rent increase that's come up, I think everybody has been up nights. I know the little gal that's helping us at Rancho La Paz, Lupe. I know she was up for 48 hours straight after she heard about this, and she's a little spitfire from what I saw, and thank you to her. And we're just asking for your help to let us stay in our homes and not have to reevaluate our life again. You know, I thought it was all planned out here. And I'm going to have to reevaluate if this does come to fruition, if all this does take place. But we need your help, and awfully nervous here, but please, thank you for listening to me, and appreciate any help you can give us. We need it, okay? Because we're all, I'm 70, I'll be 74 this year. Didn't think I'd make it that long, but I've got health issues, and this has caused me distress over the last month and a half. Talking to my children, thinking I'm going to have to put a timer on my body because I may not be able to live long enough to, take care of this situation. So, but thank you for listening to me kindly.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Jerry Jacobson, and I'm one of the 6 park owners in Fullerton. I love Fullerton. When I was born in the South, and I didn't like it much, so when I was 3 months old, I moved to Fullerton. I lived with my parents on Truslow, which was then a very low income area. So I went to Fullerton JC, I went to Cal State Fullerton, and I went from kindergarten to 6th grade on Ford Street, right here, Ford School. And I lived at 313 Average.
Mr. Jacobson, can you just lift the mic up a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. So anyway, Fullerton is a wonderful town. And I want to talk about leases because I have a mobile home park in Inland Empire, and that city has rent control. It's a steep, dangerous way to go because in my park, I have 100% long-term leases, which the state of California passed a law to allow us to do that and meet with our residents and come to an agreement that everyone can live with. And if you go into the city hall in that city, they will always say, Jerry has the best park in town. And the other parks don't get that recommendation because they are punished on their rent. And if they can't afford to improve the property, it's just not the way to go. So I think that you need to give Mr. Sanders a chance to work something out with his residents. And I think he can because he realized that he made a big mistake by jumping the rent like that. That's my thought.
Thank you.
Mr. Jacobson, do you own a park in Fullerton?
I do.
Where is it?
Magnolia Ridge on Orange Thorpe.
Thank you.
Any other public comments on this topic?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Prado. I've been conducting business here in the city of Fullerton for the last 38 years, so I've had the opportunity to go into several of these parks and drop off customers or pick them up. But I find myself right now living in Rancho La Paz, and not by choice. I'm there to take care of my cousin who's, on basically the last leg of his life. He would have been here tonight, but he can't breathe anymore. So the reason I'm here is because I was with him on the 20th. We're getting misinformation. The front doesn't tell the back trying to figure out what's going on with the front. You've got a lady named Loopy who seems to kind of manipulate the information. So people are kind of second guessing what's going on. I might have to sell the coach, and the money that's generated from the coach sale would be to take care of Jack. And then we're hearing that it might be difficult to sell it, that Sanders might put an obstacle, so we're basically left to leave with very little to care for Jack's, the remaining part of his life. So I find myself here before you because I have worked with many of you, and if you could just somehow guide the group here, because everybody is second guessing. Sanders' reputation precedes him. We've all been on the internet. We've tried to see how he conducts business. Why would he be any different here in Fullerton? I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but we have yet to meet with him. He was at the park last week, and nobody even knew it, that I know, in the back section. So I would have loved to have met with him. So if we could create that dialogue, that I could see that you also are working with Anaheim, because it seems that I'm hearing that Anaheim is doing all the lead and Fullerton is kind of following. And so it leads us to believe, what's going on. And so, I'm right now representing Jack, because truly Jack cannot speak at this time. And I'd like to know that the remaining of his life will not be under fear and wondering if he's still going to have a home. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more public comments, we'll bring it back. And just a couple of things before I open up to the council members. We are, I should speak as the mayor and a person that's been attending some of these meetings. We're working side by side with Anaheim, given that the park is on two cities. And that's why we were at least I was terribly upset when that meeting with the mayor of Anaheim occurred and we weren't informed. And I did let the owner's representative know about it. And Mr. Dahmer, I think, contacted their city manager and expressed some concern that, hey, this park is on both cities. We need to work together. So we are working side by side because it's split into two cities. And after hearing you all tonight, when I was out there knocking on doors on the 23rd, and I spoke to about 15 residents, a lot of them indicated that they were not opposed to the owner making a profit. He's buying it, and then the concerns that I heard then, that I heard after that, and I've heard here tonight is, don't increase the rent so quickly. Phase it in if you're going to do that. Give us more time to set up for the rent increase. Don't interfere if we're selling the property, because there was this concern of that. There was also about what was it? Oh, the application, right? Make sure it's easier to complete. Why do they need to know what how much money my cousin has? It doesn't matter. So, given that and given what I've heard, I think right now what I'm leaning towards, and then we'll open it up to council, is to allowing some of those negotiations proceed. I know that there's a group of residents. Oh, one thing, I did get a text this afternoon from the owner's representative, and I think I mentioned this earlier, that he is willing to meet with a group of the residents to start working out the deal, if you will, to see if you can agree upon. And right now, with him rescinding that June 1st increase and extending it to September 1st, you all have some time, he has some time, and I would like to see if that pans out. But that doesn't stop us from, I believe Vicky said, that we can come back within a day or two notice and bring back an ordinance to stop any of these outrageous increases. Am I correct in that, City Attorney?
You could proceed with an emergency ordinance. It requires a 4/5 vote.
Okay, so we could do that, I think, at any time. And again, and given it is a private property, I would like to see the residents and the owners proceed for a while, see if they can work something out. And I would like to study this a little more and allow our attorneys and our city manager to look into what does it take to do some sort of stabilization. What are the process, the administrative costs? Will it help? Because we were jumping into all this that we at least we haven't had enough time to really dive into this and figure out how can we best help you all right here, but how can we continue to support the other mobile home park residents to prevent something like this. So I'll propose something and then we'll open it up for questions. But I would like to see, and I think Ms. Flory mentioned this at the last meeting, to put an ad hoc committee together to study this issue. What does it look like with rent increase? What does it look like with stabilization? What is it going to take? And keeping in mind that at any point, if the owner rescinds that option to wait until September to increase the rents, if he brings it back and gives you another 90-day notice for a sooner increase, we can come back and do an urgency moratorium and stop that. So given that, I'd like to look into that, create an ad hoc committee, study this, and come back with a report within 90 days, and that's still before the new increases to take place. That'll give the residents time, that'll give the owner time to try and work something out. But again, if that doesn't happen, and I sound like a broken record here, we can come back and put a stop to something that's going to really hurt a lot of you.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I guess my question is, what would you have this at, what do you need to study in order to be able to respond quickly if something egregious happens? I mean, we only have 6 mobile home parks in our city.
Right.
This has never been a problem with any of our mobile home parks before. We have every indication at this point that this owner is committed to working with these residents. So what problem are you looking for to solve?
I'm looking to make sure that this type of increase doesn't happen to other mobile parks residents, that if someone comes in and all of a sudden they go 20, 30%, that we're not back here again going through all this. So I want to look at to see, given our parks, prior to this, we would have said this has never happened in Fullerton, so why are we going forward with this? So I just want to make sure I look at, okay, well, study our parks, who's in there, what is the rent like right now, and what would it look like if we had to come back and do a rent stabilization? What would that entail? And I'm trying to avoid that, and I'm trying to see if like I said, Rancho La Paz, if they can go ahead and work something out, because it seemed, again, from talking to a lot of residents, the request that they had, the owner is willing to negotiate. But I also want to have something in there in place in case this does happen to other mobile park homes. Hopefully it won't.
And we have no indication that it will. And I guess, I mean, my pushback on you, I understand the heart of what you're saying, and believe me, I mean, we all have put pressure on this owner, this new owner of Rancho La Paz, to back off his original demands, and he has. He's given us every indication that he's going to. And sir, you said you're going to be here a lot to make sure we don't forget about it and forget about you. You're very hard to forget, trust me.
Uh-huh.
And your stories, I mean, have completely touched our hearts. And of course, we see our families in all of you, and would never want any of our families to have to worry about what you're worrying about. And I, like Mr. Whitaker, I haven't made it to the park yet to any of your meetings. I would love to come. You were so sweet, Miss, to invite me over to your house, and I would love to. So maybe we could talk about that. But I just think we need to calm down a little bit, give this specific situation time to see if it can work itself out. I always think that letting the people and the private sector work out these problems leads to much better solutions than government coming in and dictating what solutions will be for the entire industry based on one bad apple. So I just want us to just calm down and give this a little time. I mean, my proposal tonight would be to continue this item until our second meeting in July, where we come back and assess. We ask for a progress report from the owner and the residents to see how their negotiation is going and see if we're on the right track.
Thank you. All right, we'll open it up to council.
I have some questions. So some of the issues, at one of the meetings, I think it was yesterday and before, there are a lot of questions that are still unanswered and concerns by the residents. And I'm really happy to hear that John Saunders is going to meet. So I think a lot of he'll answer directly to a lot of the questions, more so than we could answer. I'm sure there were plenty of questions I didn't know the answer to. And in fact, there's a couple here of questions that I wanted to talk about tonight, which is the assistance programs or rental assistance programs, because part of this is whether you're imposing any rent control measure or you're negotiating that percentage increase directly with the owner. There are some residents that I've spoken to who can't even afford that small increase. And so what I'd like us as a city is to maybe go out and identify some of the residents who may qualify for some assistance programs. And also I'd love to hear from Ms. Vicky Talley more about what you have to offer as far as administrating any assistance programs as well. I don't know if we can invite you up to speak again specifically on that. I'd appreciate that. And then maybe also, Mr. Manager, if you can...
Mr. Zarab, perhaps it would be best to get the rest of the council comments before we bring somebody else up.
Sure. Yes. And the other issue I'd like to ask about is, it is an issue of trust, and I know that came up a lot because people have researched John Saunders and they're feeling that they don't trust that he's going to fulfill his word. I always, again, like to give people the benefit of the doubt. He is meeting with folks on Friday, so let's see what he has to offer. And I said this to him. I said, we will be watching you. But I don't know if there are any other mechanisms that we can put in place or legal mechanisms that we can put in place to ensure that trust. I don't know of any, and I don't know if there are any, other than our faith in humanity, I suppose. So,
when we bring this back, yeah. I would say we trust but verify. Faith in humanity, huh? But trust but verify. And that's why my proposal is to continue this until a date certain, our second meeting in July, so that we can get a status report of the negotiation. So we trust but verify.
The real privity of the relationship is between the private property owner and his tenants. Our role would be governmental, which would be broad-based and reflect on all the mobile home parks throughout the community. You do have legislative powers, but again, the most appropriate relationship is between the owner and the park tenants, and we can monitor that obviously and see what contractually he commits so that we can verify his commitments.
Okay, Ms. Flory, or
well, this is an issue that really speaks to my heart. I joke with my friends that I'm trailer trash because my husband and I have had a double-wide mobile home. This was a self-deprecating, Elizabeth. Anyhow, my husband and I have had a double-wide mobile at the river for the last 24 years, and I know just how immovable it is. Mr. Saunders kicked the hornet's nest here in this town, much to the chagrin, I'm sure, of the mobile home associations, mobile home residents, and mobile home owners in Fullerton, as well as this city council. His actions were impetuous and caused a lot of trouble. So I am going to adopt Jennifer's admonition to trust but verify, and I would support her message or I would support her motion to bring this back to our first city council meeting in July. But in the interim, I would also ask our city staff to investigate what has happened in other cities. We know that that there was a firestorm in Huntington Beach, and we heard from Julie Polly that was resolved. That would be good information to have. This has also occurred with this owner in Costa Mesa and in Huntington Beach. I beg your pardon, and in Westminster. And I believe our city attorney could fill us in on some of the information. In investigating the issue, I read a Voice of Orange County article that referenced the fact that Westminster had built into its ordinance, and I'm not sure if this is true, but I'm sure our city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, that where a homeowner experienced a loss in value or had to move out of the park, that the park owner had to make that person whole. So, for example, if your $150,000 mobile home, now you could only sell it for $50,000, maybe not enough to pay the mortgage on that property, then the mobile home park owner who had occasioned that loss would be responsible for it. But I would like to get more information about that. And I think that the specter of holding that kind of ordinance over a mobile park a mobile park owner's head would bring that person to heel and be more responsive to the tenants. That would not require rent control. It is ironic that 2 weeks ago when you were here, we had 2 affordable housing issues before the city council. And we were told at that time that the capital cost of providing a bed was north of $65,000. That was just the cost of building the facility to house the bed, and that the annual operating cost thereafter would be $12,000. Those costs fall on the taxpayer. So if a landowner or a mobile home park owner causes people to lose their homes, to have to relocate, to abandon their investment in a mobile home park, I have no problem at all, no compunction about supporting an ordinance that makes that landowner make that tenant whole. You cannot, as several of the speakers said, you can't move those mobile homes. Our mobile home has driveway, garage, decks, overhangs. It is totally immobile. And so it is a very, very different situation from a person who has an apartment. And that point has been made several times this evening. So I would second Jennifer's motion to bring this back to our July meeting for a status report, and we keep our fingers crossed that the owner has maybe extended long-term leases on terms that people can afford. And if we have that assurance, we can put this issue aside. But I would also like support from the council for asking our city attorney to investigate the other mobile home parks in those situations in this county.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. People should be treated fairly, and that's an important principle no matter what it is that we're talking about. There are some businesses sometimes that engage in what we refer to as predatory practice, and we don't want to see anything of that sort regardless of what the transaction is occurring here in our city. So to the extent that we can at least provide, our view on that and maybe a little bit of applying some tension to it to make sure that our residents, are treated fairly, I'm certainly very much in favor of that. By anyone's measure, affordable housing affordability is a real big problem in California. And mobile homes represent affordable housing everywhere in our state. And in fact, a low impact, existing, nice California lifestyle just about everywhere that I've seen it. So to the extent that that we can find a resolution of this, and I agree, I think it's more a private transaction issue more than it is a government policy issue. And so that's why I like the notion of trying to work this out on your own. I want to point out, not in defending these very large increases, but some 40 years ago, a lot of people, especially seniors and especially people in frail health, were being forced out of their homes as far as affordability. And that's where Prop 13 came in. And one of the big cost drivers we're looking at on this issue is that as the property was transferred, there was a huge increase in property taxes that occurred. And that's making up, by most estimates I've seen, over half of the amount of increase that's being foisted upon people here. And I'm only saying this as a cautionary measure because there's talk often about split roll, about eliminating split roll from Prop 13 protection. And there would be rent increases massive across the state, mobile homes, apartments, all sorts of businesses really that would lose Prop 13 protections. So as we're searching for ways to prevent people from losing their housing and being priced out of that housing, I think it's important to understand where government does play a role, sometimes in adding excessive cost in these cases. So I do agree with the motion that's been made to allow some room and some ability to let cooler heads prevail here on this issue, but to allow some time for those negotiations.
Thank you. And that's one of the reasons when Ms. Flory mentioned about looking at making a tenant whole if something like this happens. That's one of the things that I would have that didn't occur to me, but that's one of the reasons I wanted to have this ad hoc committee to look what are our options. Can we follow this and make an ordinance to, like Ms. Flory said, make the tenant whole if they're forced to move. And again, not knowing what options we have, that's the reason for my suggestion to have an ad hoc committee to look at this. What are our options? What can we do? And so I would still, like to make a substitute motion that we allow the private negotiations to continue, but at the same time, have our city council create an ad hoc committee and let's look at options. What's out there that we can use, and maybe it doesn't involve rent stabilization or rent increase or rent control, but maybe it involves something else. And that's the reason I was pushing for this. And I don't know, I heard someone say, talk about the park and about Prop 13, and they mentioned that this, in essence, is a little bit of split roles because the tenants now are being forced to pay almost double the amount of rent of property tax that they had, and they've lived there for such a long time. And I didn't buy that argument, but it just seems like, we talked about Prop 13. This has a little flavor of that all of a sudden they've got to double or triple their property taxes because of a purchase, and there was no protection on them. And they didn't sell it, their owner did. But so I'll put my substitute motion to, to say come back in July to trust but verify, but at the same time create an ad hoc committee to work with the city attorney to see what are our options, whether it be rent control or rent stabilization or just options that we have.
Mr. Mayor, does that include gathering information, because there's a lot of information we don't know?
Yes,
and statistics and data, because I think that helps us, because certainly we don't want to punish other people who are not doing this, and I would like to know what the other parks are doing. So is that the goal of this?
That would be the goal, to gather as much information to see what we have out there with the other parks, what situation they're in, and what our options are in case we have to step in and help them. And again, it may not involve rent control. It just may be, I don't know what it may be, but I want to look at that. But it would be gathering information.
But I'm going to suggest to you that if the committee comes together and they meet for the next 3 months and the tenants work out their situation with Mr. Saunders, then it will all be for naught. I had a recent conversation with Vicki Talley just yesterday, I believe, and she sent me some information later in the afternoon, which I didn't have a chance to read. But it gave me some degree of confidence to know that Met would be handling the subsidy program, and if I could see that assurance in writing, that would go a fur piece to settling the anxiety among the residents.
Yes.
Councilmember Flory, would this be a good time to ask to Vicki Talley to come out and just...
Sure, if you have questions.
And just on that note, when we did speak to the owner, he did said he was going to try and increase the subsidy from the up to a higher amount. So there is good faith there, and they're trying to negotiate. And like I said, we still need to verify. But anyway, Ms. Talley, Mr.
I just want to understand a little bit more about the application process and the subsidy program that you have, because I think that would benefit quite a few of the residents.
Well, there's two subsidy programs, and I want to make that very clear. One is the one that the Met organization has been providing Orange County mobile home park residents for over 30 years. And that subsidy program has certain guidelines, and I gave you copies of that program. If they need to qualify by meeting very low income guidelines, and that the housing cost exceeds 45% of their income, and just as a general overview. Mr. Saunders is promoting a rent subsidy program that provides more of a subsidy than the Met program does. And we've worked with him on these programs. To the best of my knowledge, he only owns 2 other mobile home parks. They happen to be in Huntington Beach, so very familiar with those. Worked with him on those programs, and they've worked out very well. So what he does on his subsidy, what he has said initially was that this would be a year's program, that he would subsidize up to $200 up to $200 based on need. And he's now told me that he will extend that program for at least for 2 years, and I think those are all under negotiations. It's still to be discussed. And you need to qualify. It's a private program. And so to qualify for either the Met program or the Rancho La Paz rent subsidy, you need to show that, in fact, you are in need. And because that's the whole point of it, that we're going to help people who can't afford the rent increase. That's the whole point. And so then the application process does ask questions. What are your expenses? What are your holdings? And that sort of thing. So if, as an example, if they have a house that they rent, that's probably going to disqualify them. But their ownership of their own mobile home or manufactured home doesn't disqualify them. I don't know if you want me to be...
But Vicki, that also does not mean that they'll immediately on September 1st see their rent raised 55%. Correct?
Well,
people who don't qualify for that subsidy, my understanding is that the owner is willing to phase in increases.
Well,
I'll tell you, if we're back here in September and he's...
I think that's very clear. That's very clear to everyone. I can't speak to what the negotiations will result in with the residents, if you will, in terms of what the phasing in. What I can speak to is what I know of the rent subsidy program, which will absolutely be part of his program. Of his increase. He does not want anyone to lose their home, be put on the street, and so anyone that is not able to afford the rent increases, whether ultimately agreed to, and the phasing in, if that's what it is, which I'm sure it will be, then that's where the subsidy program comes in.
Thank you very much for answering.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
And then, Mr. Manager, does the city have any ability to assist further people who are in need of any assistance?
We have in the past had a tenant-based rental assistance program. In fact, I believe that some folks at Rancho La Paz have, very few have been part of it. It's generally also for a year. I'm looking at Rebecca and the audience just so she can nod sometimes. But it is based on our funding availability and federal funding that we do use for it. So we can look at that no matter what the city council does or the direction, we'll respond to that. But we can look at what are our funding sources for that and what would it entail if we look at some type of short-term or longer-term program or what is out there. One of the goals has been to work with the county to get their community resources department out there, the housing folks and the Veteran Services Office, to make sure that everybody has been reviewed and assessed for any eligible services that they may not already have. So that would be part of our assessment also.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. I think this was a question that was brought up during conversations about zoning, about conversion of this type. If there is an ordinance, there's always this fear that the owner would sell it off to some other developer. I think that was brought up to build something else. What is the if you can explain, what is the current status of ownership, the land use? Maybe Mr. White.
Mr. White can answer that.
Can answer that.
Well, if I understand the question in terms of what would it take to sell this and redevelop it with something,
So
in terms of
can the owner?
What's the current zoning?
What is the current zoning rules for mobile parks? And then can the owner, let's say, come September 1st, he does this deal, doesn't raise the rent, but then the next day sells it off to somebody else who pushes everybody away. Can that happen?
No, it can't. And state law, and actually the city attorney could probably weigh into this a little bit more, but there are significant hurdles, including relocation expenses, and there's a whole disposition process in state law regarding any time that you actually want to sell and discontinue the use of a mobile home park. The current park has a conditional use permit on it. And so that's what regulates the zoning on the current park. But in terms of being able to actually end the use of a mobile home park, it is one of the more difficult things in state law to do, and is a very cumbersome and long process. It includes a participation with the tenants, residents of the park, and it includes significant relocation costs. Actually, Ms. Talley may be able to expand on that, and if she's had any experience on that, the details of it, but I know that it's a very significant process.
Right. And then what about the designation of it being an all-age park versus a senior park? Because currently I think it's designated as a senior park, but then there's a lot of concerns that there are new tenants coming in that are not seniors, or and then it's just going to be open up to everybody, and that would open up to different price levels, et cetera.
I would need to look into that. I don't know what the current restrictions may be related to age restrictions on that park.
Yeah, you'd have to look, I guess, two things. Mr. White's totally correct. First off, as regards the 55 age requirement, if it's tied to a conditional use permit or some sort of conditional approval, you'd have to look at that approval process and determine if it could be amended and what that amendment would look like. As regards to a mobile home park conversion, in theory, could it occur? The answer is yes. There are very specific laws relative to mobile home park conversions, and it is extremely onerous. To be honest with you, I've seen 4 or 5 attempts to do it, and none have succeeded because of the costs.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if you're, if you are trying to have a committee or just basically to gather information, because then I'd be happy to second that. But it would be really a informational gathering subcommittee, or because we don't have data, so we don't know the long-term effects of this. Are we now creating slums? We don't want that to happen. I worry about long-term effects. I don't want to have a knee-jerk reaction. So I would second your motion, but as long as we are gathering data and understanding the the short-term, long-term effects of everything and having an objective viewpoint.
Well, yeah, no, and that is the idea here is to be ready, gather data, know what we're dealing with. If something like this happens or this doesn't get resolved, when we come back, I want to have enough data, information, recourses, options to say, okay, here's where we're at now. But at this point, though, I don't think we have the votes for that, so I'll withdraw my alternative motion, I think we'll stick with the original motion to come back in July and get a status report, and that should give the residents and the owners time to negotiate. But at any point, as the city attorney has clarified, that we can come back within a day or two and have an emergency meeting and implement something if things don't work out. So at this point, I'll withdraw it just because we're not going to get the votes to do that. And so
Okay.
we'll...
Mayor, I'm going to call for the question.
I was going to say, okay.
Well, if I could, I would just say, too, I mean, I think the city manager and the city attorney both heard the intent that we need to be prepared to understand the data, as you said, and to understand the options that are out there. And I know that the Rancho La Paz residents welcome all of us to be, kept informed. And I think you will keep us informed of what is going on. And
Realistic, we'll know long before July
absolutely
where things stand.
Absolutely.
All right, yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, can I confirm, I heard two different dates in July.
I think we only have one meeting in July. I'm not sure. We usually cancel the first one because of the 4th of July.
Yeah, I think. Well,
but
that's,
you love meetings, so I bet you're making us
Yeah,
meet.
but I think we need
no.
to...
Well, it's July 2nd is a Tuesday. July 4th would be a Thursday. So there is staff preparation time and all that to have a meeting on the 2nd.
He loves meetings, so I would say the second meeting in July.
Okay.
Are we having maybe this is a...
That's
Are
not
we
on-
having the first meeting in July?
That's not on the agenda.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda. We
It's
can
a
talk about that
council
later.
decision, so.
Well,
Usually that is a meeting that is
I won't
canceled.
be here.
We'll talk about that later.
Well, I would like to see
It's
it have a
canceled.
meeting because there's a lot of stuff coming before us.
Yes, it's canceled typically by resolution and by council action. So
We'll bring it back.
my only item on that was July 2nd. Then you still have time to react if there's 90 days later is September 2nd. But so
Okay, fair enough. All right, question has been called. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, Rancho La Paz residents, and you'll keep us informed, and we'll keep hearing you and visiting you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Can we take a 5-minute break?
All right, let's take a 5-minute break, but 5 minutes, not 15. No. All right, well, we'll give you a 1 minute warning. We'll reconvene in 1 minute.
We're kind of waiting to see who the new
I was over there too. That was another one.
When will I be able to find out when the
Should I use the gavel now? All right, 15-second notice. Ms. Flory, if you would. All right, let's reconvene the meeting. Next item is our Ms. Meg McWade, the water rate study presentation.
Good
Ms.
evening,
McWade, it's
Honorable
yours.
Mayor and City Council members. I did want to start off by saying to all of you, I apologize for the heat in the room. We are going through a chiller project and we're not quite finished with it. So hopefully the next time it will be a little cooler in here. The item presented for your consideration this evening is the water rate study and related recommendations. This item is a result of the hard work of the Citizens Ad Hoc Committee over several months, in fact, all the way back to August of last year. I would like to thank the Ad Hoc Committee, who will be introduced later, Fullerton staff, Mark Hildebrand from Hildebrand Consulting, Benjamin Stewart from Stantec, and Bob McVicker from Project Partners. Tonight we are seeking City Council authorization to send a Prop 218 notice to our customers related to the proposed rate increases. The intent would be to hold a public hearing on June 4th, 2019. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Hildebrand, the city's rate consultant, who will discuss the water system needs and recommendations for rates.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for having me this evening. Thank you for having me back. The presentation that I'll be giving tonight is very similar to the presentation that I gave last month, but there are some changes to the numbers, some modifications that were made after we finalized some of the capital spending assumptions and other financial assumptions. We've also made some modifications to the presentation to include more details on how various customers will be affected by these proposed rate changes. So my agenda will be to give some background regarding the study and talk about how we propose to change the rate structure first, and then talk about the financial plan, which will lead to proposed rate increases to pay for some reinvestment in the systems, the city's water infrastructure. So as a first point, just to set the background, I wanted to describe the city's water system. It is very large and it's quite old. The piece of information that we'll be talking most about here is the 430 miles of distribution pipe. More than half of that pipe is over 50 years old. Now, pipe that's in the ground usually has an expected useful life of around 50 years. These days you can get 100 years because they've put more research into materials. But the pipes that were put in the ground here in Fullerton, I believe, were cast iron. And unfortunately, there's the chemical composition of the soil in Fullerton is particularly corrosive to the material that was put in the ground. So a lot of the pipe that is in the ground is experiencing a high level of ruptures, and that's being evidenced every day. You are seeing pipes rupturing. Well, not every day, but quite often there's pipe ruptures, and we'll show you some statistics on that. But the pipes are not the only part of the system. There's quite a few pump station and wells, and those all need to be rehabilitated as well. So the purpose of the study that was conducted, and it was started almost a year ago now, was the first reason was that the last study was done in 2014, and the recommendations that it gave, the financial plan that it studied at the time, went through this current fiscal year. So it was time to look at the next 5 years and beyond. Next, there's legal reasons for looking at your rates. Proposition 218, as it's commonly known, is the most relevant law for rate setting in California for water. And it's changed quite a bit over the last 5 years because of court decisions that have been made. It was established in 1996, but there's been a series of court decisions that have really raised the bar in terms of the connection that you need to make between the rates that you charge and the cost the cost of providing service. I've been asked to expound a little bit on that. So the two principal parts of 218, there's a substantive portion which says that the rates that you charge can't exceed the proportionate cost of providing service. And then there is a procedural piece which defines the notice that needs to be given and a waiting period and a public hearing process that you need to go through. You will notice that the rates that we're proposing go to great lengths to make sure that every part of your customer's bill can be explained very directly with the costs that the utility incurs. The third piece is your revenue shortfalls. Since the last study, we went through a historical drought that I'm sure everybody remembers, and the city currently relies very heavily on the variable portion of the bill, so the amount of revenue that you get when people use more or less water. So when people use a lot less water during a drought, it affects the utilities' finances significantly, much more than the cost drop during that time. And so some of the fixed costs can't be paid for during that period. And so there were revenue shortfalls during the drought. Part of the proposal that we're making this evening is to address that and make sure that your droughts are quote-unquote drought tolerant so that financially you aren't suffering when people either use more or less water. And then finally, system needs. I mentioned it earlier, but Fullerton does continue to experience above average water main breaks, and I'll show you some photos and some more data on that later in the presentation. So the approach that we took to this study, first we worked with staff to develop all the financial information and to put together a financial plan. Then we engaged a ad hoc committee made up of citizens. We had 8 workshops with this committee, and we looked very extensively at the capital spending that was being proposed, at the different rate structures that were being considered, and we got quite a bit of feedback from that committee. And I'd like to invite the chair of the committee, Thad Stanford, to introduce himself and the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Mark. What I'd like to do is thank and recognize the citizen committee that joined me. Gretchen Cox. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I was trying to find them as well. Gretchen Cox, Jane Rands, Arnell Dino, and I think 2 people left, and that's Dr. Mark Shapiro and Patrick McNally. I'd also like to take a minute and just mention one thing that's my personal situation. 2.5 years ago, water main broke in front of my neighbor's house. I was fascinated because I'm an engineer. I went out and watched them fix it and so on. Within 6 weeks, there were 11 within a block and a half of my house. It's fascinating, frankly. Sometimes the pavement will rise up with water pressure until it finds a leak path. Other times it doesn't, but it's certainly a mess. What you have to realize is that when they fix a patch of pipe, it's because it rotted. It in essence, rusted at the bottom. The pipe right next to it is just as bad. And that's when I realized our city has a problem. And it's when I became fascinated with the issue. Then I learned we have 430 miles of this pipe, and we're replacing less than 2 miles a year. So I'm saying that to say that as a citizen, none of us want our water bills or any other taxes to go up. Yet we do, as a city, have this problem. And I want to thank you for listening to this story.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thad. Yeah, and at 2 miles a year, you can do the math, 400 plus miles. That would take 200 years before all the pipe would be replaced, and most of it is already over 50 years old. So some of it would have to get to 250 years old when it had an expected useful life of 50 years to begin with and was put into soils that weren't conducive for that particular material. So clearly things are not sustainable as they stand, and 2 miles a year is what current rates can afford. So third step is to come here to council and make our recommendations. We were here a month ago. We got some feedback. We've made modifications to our presentation, and we finalized some of the numbers. I'll proceed.
And Mark, you have also met with all of the city council members as well in a one-on-one meeting to explain this study, correct?
Quite a few of them, yes. Not all 5, but quite a few of them, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So here's some more background on the ad hoc committee that Thad just described. So getting into the rate structure that you currently have, one of the first recommendations we're making, which isn't very substantive and not going to affect most people, is simply that you currently have a great number of customer classifications that are there for legacy reasons. We're proposing to simplify that list to classifications that are relevant today. And there's some statistics up there just showing how many different types of accounts you have. You'll excuse me if I go rather quickly through some of these slides. I understand that we've been here for quite some time and you've seen some of this information. But if you want me to slow down, please let me know and I'll be happy to spend more time on the slide. Your current rates are presented here. So you have 2 components to your rates. You have a fixed meter charge, which you pay no matter what, and it's based on the size of your meter. And you can see that on the left side, it's a monthly rate. Most customers or your customers pay on a bi-monthly basis, so this number might not be familiar, but we wanted to show it on a monthly basis because it makes it easier to compare to other utilities and just so that we're all thinking about it in the same terms. This is 22% of your revenue comes from this fixed source. On the water usage rate, your residential customers pay tiered rates, so they incrementally pay more as they cross certain thresholds. So for a single-family home, you get your first 7,500 gallons at the Tier 1 rate, $3.20, and that goes up to Tier 2 and then Tier 3. Multifamily also pay tier rates, but their allocation is based on the number of dwelling units that they have, and it has a different break point. All of your other customers, all your non-residential customers are listed below, and they all pay a uniform rate, so no matter how much water they use, they pay the same amount, and they pay various amounts as described down below. So what we are proposing this evening in terms of structural changes to your rates, there's 3 pieces. The first is that we'd like to make modifications to your meter equivalency schedule. So I'm going to talk more about that on the next slide. But the meter equivalency schedule is basically how the different meter sizes relate to one another, the ratio of the charges that you assess to different meter sizes. And I'll talk about that in a moment. The second is to make pretty substantive changes to ensure that your rates that customers pay are a reflection of the cost of the utility. And I have another slide dedicated to that. But the key to this change is that it's going to change your fixed revenue from 22% up to just over 40%. And the bottom line is that this is going to essentially, as I mentioned earlier, make you drought proof. So by establishing this rate structure, if there's a drought or if there's any other change that results in significantly different water use by your customers, your utility will still be made whole through the rates that it charges. So not only is that very important for Proposition 218, as I mentioned, because it's a direct reflection of the utility's costs, but it also makes it a lot easier for the utility to operate and to be able to make long-term plans and to be able to make the reinvestments in the infrastructure, because the revenue forecasting will be greatly simplified and take some of the guessing work out of budgeting. The final piece is a pass-through policy. So this allows the city to take wholesale water rates increases and pass them on to the customer. You already have this in place. We're suggesting minor modifications to how that formula is written, and then simply renewing it because it does expire after 5 years. So this slide talks in detail about the meter equivalency schedule. So the city currently has a meter equivalency schedule that's described in the second column there. And again, what this does is that it describes how much more each increasing meter size pays based on the hydraulic flow that meters can pass through. So it's an engineering formula that describes how much water capacity can pass through different meter sizes. The existing ratio is not a ratio that we recognize and can't really be found in any sources that we're familiar with. That ratio has been in place for quite some time and predates any of the documentation that we have, so we don't know the source of the existing ratio. So the best that we can do is adopt a ratio that's based on a reputable source. In this case, we're taking the ratio that's published in the AWWA M1 manual, which is a very common meter equivalency schedule that's used quite throughout most of Southern California and the United States, for that matter. The one modification that we are making to that meter equivalency schedule is that we're combining the 5/8 inch meter and the 3/4 inch meter, and that's a very common practice because those two meter sizes are very common for single-family homes that don't have fire flow requirements. And if you look at, we did a survey of various utilities in the region, and about half of them employ that practice of combining the 5/8 inch and the 3/4 inch meters. This next piece is describing the structural changes that we're proposing to make sure that your costs are reflective of your rates that you charge. So the rates will have three components to them, where they were calculated looking at three different components. First, we looked at your commodity costs, which is essentially your cost of purchasing water. You purchase water from MWD, which is a wholesaler that imports water from Northern California and other places. And there's people are pretty familiar with the American Canal that comes from the Colorado River and the California Canal. You also purchase water from OCWD, which manages your groundwater. And then there's also electrical costs for pumping groundwater out of the ground. So those are all costs that for every gallon of water that your customers use, you have a direct cost of purchasing that water or pumping it out of the ground. So we're proposing that the usage charge that we charge to customers is a direct reflection of those costs. So every gallon that a customer uses is a direct cost to the utility. And so if the customer doesn't use that gallon, then the utility doesn't incur that cost. And therefore there's a one-to-one relationship there. All of the other costs, so we're talking about administration, salaries, operations, and very specifically capital spending, so the replacement of the pipe that I was talking about, all of those other costs will be recovered through the fixed charge. So we have this account cost here, which is a small piece. It's only 3%, and that's essentially billing and administrative costs. And then so 37% of your cost represents your operations, your maintenance, and your capital spending. And that will be fixed. And that's a cost that doesn't change. If people use more water or less water, it's not going to change whether or not the pipes need to be replaced. And it doesn't change the salaries that you pay your employees. looking more specifically at your tiered water rates, so we've isolated your commodity costs, and so now if we want to justify your tiered rates, we need to be able to demonstrate that Tier 1 water costs less than Tier 2 water, which costs less than Tier 3 water. So we're proposing that Tier 1 water be equal to your OCWD costs and your costs for extracting groundwater. So that's your cheapest source of water, and it's also 75% of your portfolio. So by this rate structure, we're going to be selling 75% of your water as Tier 1 water, and we're going to be selling it at the OCWD rate, which includes electrical costs. Your Tier 2 water will be equal to the purchase water cost from MWD, which is about twice the cost of your OCWD, your groundwater costs. Tier 3 water will also be your MWD water costs, but in addition, we're going to add the cost of your conservation program. And the purpose of doing this is that the water users who are using the most water are driving your conservation costs. Your conservation program is not really large, but it's made up of some outreach that staff spends time trying to reach out to your biggest water wasters or your biggest water users, people with leaks, and also administering rebate programs when they become available. So the Tier 3 rate is there under the premise that it's the people in Tier 3 that are driving the need for a conservation program. So without talking about any rate increases, because we'll talk about that in a moment, if we just did the rate structural changes, this is what your rates would look like. So you can see your current fixed meter charge for a 5/8 inch meter is about $15 here. For that same meter charge, it would increase considerably, as I mentioned, because this is your fixed portion of your revenue. So that would go up to $22.50 about. Your tiered rates are currently right here. So you start at $3.20 and you end at $3.80. Some of the feedback that we've gotten is that the fact that we're moving more costs to your fixed charge is going to be taken away from the conservation message that the city's trying to conserve water. I have two things to say to that. One is that I don't agree. I think that when people see the difference between Tier 1 water being $2 and Tier 2 water being twice as expensive, that's going to jump out at them on their bill. They're going to notice when they go from Tier 1 to Tier 2. That's something that's obvious. I think your current rate structure, people probably don't really care whether they're in 1, 2, or 3. There's not much difference from one to the other. The other response to that criticism is that, unfortunately, the city is not in a position, no utility in California is in a position where they can use their rates to try to encourage a behavior. You can make decisions between defensible rate structures that get you where you want to go. But in terms of trying to change people's behavior through pricing, it's against the basis of Proposition 218, and so it should be avoided. You happen to be in a situation where you have a cheap source of water that you can charge for Tier 1 and a more expensive source of water for Tier 2. So you're in a fortunate situation where you can send that conservation signal, and it is based on cost. So this is good, but we can't go beyond this just for the sake of trying to promote conservation, unfortunately.
Mark, why is there a difference in the fixed meter charge and the water rate charge, in the difference between slide 14 and slide 28?
That will be because the slide 28 is going to include the rate increases that we're proposing.
Okay, so this is a proposed rate structure?
Correct.
So how is this slide different from the proposed rates?
So on slide 28, that will be, as later in the presentation, we'll talk about a 15% rate increase in year one. And so slide 28 will include that.
That's the year one.
The year
ups.
one rate, year one rates. Yeah. The purpose of showing this slide is just to allow people to understand the structural changes without the rate increases, because
on slide 14, the fixed meter charges are per month. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so there'll be double that on our 2-month bill.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So down below here, we previously were just showing what an average single-family bill would look like for 5/8 inch. We wanted to make sure that we showed the 1-inch meter rate as well with all these, because about half of your single-family accounts are 5/8 inch meter, smaller homes, older homes, and the other half are 1-inch meters. They're newer homes, and they were built during a time where fire protection requirements required a larger meter. So here's a more comprehensive comparison of the rates with just the structural changes. So this does not include any of the rate increases that we're going to talk about in a moment, but just to show a side-by-side comparison of what the structural changes would look like. So you can see the effects of the meter equivalency schedule changing here. Here you start at around $15 and it goes up to $440 or so. And then here we start at around $23 and it goes up significantly more. So this is about 50% more here, and here this is about 150% more. So you can see that the effect of the meter equivalency schedule change is really assessing more cost to larger meters. And
so those larger meters are our larger industrial users?
Correct. Yeah, primarily industrial users, larger meters. And I think it's really important to point out that this is not shifting cost to them. This is something that should have been in place a long time ago. These rates right here, to me, show large meters getting
a huge subsidy
being
from all
subsidized.
The rest of us, right.
So I have a big problem with these rates here. The proposed rates are defensible and very consistent with what you'll see in other utilities around Orange County and throughout the nation, really.
And the majority of people don't fit in that as far as percentages of our ratepayers and customers.
Correct.
The majority
Correct.
of people are.
There's very few customers in this group. The majority of your customers, the vast majority, are going to be in these the 5/8 inch and the 1-inch. Mm-hmm. If I had to guess, it's probably 92 or 3% are in this group right here.
Because that's the 26,000
Correct.
single-family home accounts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So and then in terms of the tiered rates, here are your current rates, which we showed before. Here are the new restructured tiered rates that we mentioned. You can see the allocation. I guess that what I didn't mention in the previous slide that I should have is that not only is the Tier 1 rate dropping significantly to $2 a month $2 per 1,000 gallons instead of $3.20, but you're getting more for it. You're getting nearly 3,000 gallons at that rate as opposed to the 7,500 that you currently get. So in terms of affordability, I think this is a big win in terms of making sure that the Tier 1 water is more available and less expensive than it currently is. And in terms of your uniform rates, we're proposing that all of your non-residential customers pay the same uniform rate. We didn't see a compelling reason to charge them different rates. And so one really important takeaway from this is this $2.50 is exactly equal to the weighted average of these tiered rates. Mm-hmm. So if you look at all the water that's going to be sold to residential homes at these rates, if you took the average of all that, you'd get exactly $2.50. So we're not proposing different cost water for different types of customers. We're just structuring it a little bit differently because single-family homes are amenable to this type of tiered rates because, first of all, their water needs are more understandable. And second, there's an affordability component where you want to give everybody an opportunity to conserve to manage their bill by providing low-cost Tier 1 water. Commercial accounts are a lot harder to understand what their water needs are. Some have tremendous water needs. They may be very efficient, but they have really large water needs. So it's difficult to put them in Tier 3 just because they have a business that happens to require a lot of water.
And Mark, could you explain to folks who are watching how you came up with those specific numbers?
These numbers here?
Yeah.
So these numbers here get back to this slide right here. So these numbers are based on what we did is we took 75% of your water usage for our residential customers, and we took 75% of your water costs, or we took your OCWD water costs, and we basically divided one by the other. So we made sure that all of your OCWD water and purchase costs and your electrical costs were being paid for at the Tier 1 rate. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and did that factor in the calculations of any capital improvement projects, or was that the calculation for the fixed meter?
Exactly. Yeah. So there's no capital projects that are being paid for by any of these rates here. The capital program is being paid for entirely by the fixed charge, which will be borne by all customers depending on their meter size. And the reason that you want to do that is because the infrastructure that's in the ground is sized based on the size of your meter. So the capacity of the system and the size of the pipes and the size of the wells and whatnot it's all sized in order to serve your customers based on the size of their meter. And so you want to charge them based on the size of their meter. But it's also a cost that's going to be incurred whether water is used or not. So if a customer uses zero water or where they use 50,000 gallons a month, that pipe needs to be replaced. That well needs to be refurbished. You need that infrastructure to be in place because if they turn their water on tomorrow, they're going to need that infrastructure in place. So it's very important that the infrastructure be maintained regardless of how much water people use. The last piece here that we mentioned is the pass-through formula. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but this basically describes how there's going to be an annual calculation. Staff is going to look at your the costs of water being purchased from OCWD and the cost of water being purchased from MWD, which is the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. And if they've increased their rates, then this is a formula that's going to allow you to automatically tack those increases onto your volumetric water rates, your water usage rates. So there's a formula here for Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and there's also a formula for your uniform rates. This is a policy, by the way, that's been in place for 5 years that the city's been doing every year, and it's a great way to pass costs through without having to guess what they're going to be. Because we could try to guess what those rate increases are going to be over the next 5 years, but if we overestimate, then we're going to be over collecting, and if we underestimate, we're going to be under collecting. So this is a more dynamic way to make sure that we're only charging the cost of providing service. So those are the structural changes that are being proposed. Now I'm going to shift gears to look at how much rates need to increase in order to pay for the substantial capital program that's being proposed. So first, some of the statistics on the water main break history. As I mentioned, over 50% of your pipes are over 50 years old, which is way past their expected useful life. Your city has the highest rate of water main breaks in Orange County, and by quite a bit. You can see your water main break history per year here. This year, 2019, you're already on pace to exceed an average year. Water main breaks are very disruptive. So you go.
That shows us 2018.
Yeah, so I was just giving a preview to what would be in 2019.
Oh, I got it.
The data that's in is showing that you're ahead of the average for this time of year.
We're already this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the rain that we've had. I mean,
Yeah.
I know in my neighborhood we've already had 2 sinkholes this year.
Right. Yeah, those types of things can't help the pipes that are in precarious situations if you have settling soil because of flooding or whatnot. I'm sure that doesn't help the pipes that are already very fragile.
Although last year was the lowest in the last 9 years.
Yeah.
And second lowest in 16 years.
It looks like you had a a blowout the year before, so maybe
Yeah,
it was.
I think so.
It was. I wonder if it was that huge earthquake that we.
No, keep in mind that we had, 2 inches of rain last year.
Right. There might be a correlation.
Yeah, all
There
year
might be.
long.
Yeah, and the year before was a big rain year, and look at all the breaks. So maybe there's something to it.
And since we're the oldest city, one of the oldest cities in the county, it makes sense that we're experiencing a higher incidence of breaks as well.
Sure. Absolutely. So as many of you have experienced, water main breaks can be very disruptive. It closes businesses for entire days at a time. It can be very disruptive to home life if it happens in your neighborhood. But from my perspective, those inconveniences are terrible for your citizens for sure. But from a financial standpoint, this is a tremendous waste of money. Every time you have a pipe rupture, you spend between $5,000 and $20,000 to fix it, depending on where it is, whether it's in the middle of an intersection, and how urgent it is. And the fix is not a fix. It's simply, quote unquote, a Band-Aid.
And do we also have to pay for the water lost?
Yeah. Because you're purchasing that water from OCWD or MWD, and you're not recovering any. You're not charging that to any customers. So that's you're losing money in that regard. But you're pouring thousands and thousands of dollars, and if you do that, you can do the math of how much you're spending every year by looking at the number of breaks times the cost per break. And you can see this is just money that's going out the window. It's not benefiting anybody, and it's just distracting your workers from doing work that would actually be reinvesting in the system. So, from a financial standpoint, it's a terrible situation to be in. Here's some photos. The one on the left is not actually a pipe, but it's an old well. But it just demonstrates the kind of condition that these pipes can be in when they come out of the ground and how corrosive the soil can be. You can see some water coming up in a residential street there on the right. The pipe on the left there was being picked up by a forklift, and you can see it broke in two places as it was trying to pick it up. And you can see the different Band-Aids that were put on here. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 different Band-Aids that were put on this. I don't know if there was at different times or all at once, but that pipe, as Mr. Sanford pointed out, that pipe looks the same all the way down the street. That's not just that one section. And those pipes are everywhere under every street in your city. Here's another work in progress as they're fixing a break. And then here's a video. I hope it works. It worked last time. Might not work this time.
Well, we did see it last time, so I don't think
so
you need to go through all that a second time.
But it's a big geyser, and it's probably destroyed that home on the right. I'm not sure. It didn't look good. Let's see if I can. Okay, so here's a map of all of the places where there have been ruptures and where the pipe has not yet been replaced. So this is not showing places where there are ruptures and they went in and did a major pipe replacement. This is where Band-Aids have been put in and no major pipe rehabilitation has been done. So you can see it's everywhere. It's not just one neighborhood or one community. It's really throughout the entire city. So here's the plan for capital reinvestment. You can see that this is a bar chart that shows capital investment over the next 10 years. So you can see historically last year you spent about $4 million, and this year you're planning on spending about $7 million. We're looking to ramp up to a steady state capital spending of about $20 million a year. That would include about $15 million in pipe replacement, which would get you 9 miles of pipe replacement by 2024. So this would be next year. Year 1, year 2 would really be getting the pieces in place, getting the rates need to go up for a little while to start getting the financials in place, and to also make staffing adjustments to be able to handle the huge influx of capital spending that will come in subsequent years. So it's really in year 3 where there'd be a big jump in pipe replacement and then ramping up until 2024. So the dark area is the pipe replacement, and the orange is other infrastructure. So I've been talking a lot about the pipes, but it's important to note that there's some wells that are near failure that need to be refurbished, and pump stations. So there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be worked on.
Mark, question. We do also get grants and other types of funding for capital improvement projects. If we get those, are we able to adjust our rates down at that point, or how does that work?
So the short answer is yes. If you either come across a windfall of a grant revenue, or for some reason you don't spend the money because say the contractors aren't there, they've all run off to some emergency and there's no contractors to do the work, and so you're not actually able to execute this plan. So whether you get revenue from somewhere else or whether you don't spend the money, the council absolutely has the ability to either delay or cancel rate increases, and it doesn't require a 218 process to do that. So if you adopt the rates that we're asking to adopt, it doesn't mean you have to actually implement them every year as they come by. And in fact, there's a slide coming up where we're going to be recommending a report, a staff report to the INRAC committee to give a progress report on the capital spending and on reserve levels and on opportunities for obtaining grants, so that that committee can make recommendations to council in the event that actually implementing the rates that have been adopted doesn't make sense. Here's some non-pipe projects that for the next 5 years. As I mentioned, there's rehabilitation of wells, there's 2 reservoirs, pump stations, and miscellaneous other projects. There's a major SCADA upgrade. So quite a few projects, and these have been identified as critical. So before I show you the rate increases that we're proposing, I wanted to put this into perspective. So this is a survey of Orange County and the region, other utilities, other cities, to show you where your current rates are. So this is for a single-family home with a 5/8-inch meter using an average amount of water per month. You're currently third from the bottom and below average for the region. If we look at your 1-inch meter customers, you are currently charging the lowest rates in the region. And part of the reason for this gets back to the meter equivalency schedule I mentioned before. I was saying that we're not trying to pass costs onto larger meters with no reason. We're trying to adopt industry standards. So all of these other utilities have a meter equivalency schedule that complies with industry standard. And because your meter equivalency schedule is we call it flat, it doesn't increase fast enough, as a result, your 1-inch meter customers are currently paying the lowest rates in the region. So here are the rate increases that are being proposed in terms of percentage. We're proposing a 15% rate increase in year 1, followed by 14%, 11%, 5%, and then 4%. And it's important to note that this plan right here is trying to get you to what we call a pay-go model, which is pay-as-you-go, which means that you can pay for your capital program at the new sustainable level of 9 miles per year, in addition to other critical projects. And that after that point, you can just make market adjustments, CPI adjustments to keep up with inflation, but you wouldn't expect any significant rate increases for the foreseeable future after this 5-year plan. This would really get you to the point where you can afford 9 miles a year plus your critical, other critical CIP, and you can pay for it with cash. We do look at debt financing at later slides, but basically debt financing allows you to delay rate increases, but ultimately your ratepayers will pay even more because not only do they pay for the projects, but they pay for the interest as well. So in the long run, your ratepayers will just pay more if you debt finance. You're just pushing the project or the the problem down the road. So your typical bill, what we mentioned earlier, or this would be your current rate right now is $58 for a monthly bill for a single-family home with a 5/8 inch meter. That would actually drop to $51 in year one, and then go up to $58, then $64, and then go all the way up to nearly $71 by year 5.
One of the important things, too, I brought a couple of my bills, March 2018 and March 2019, and I calculated it, and I thought, wow, my rate's going to go down. But what I had failed to do was add the other charges on the bill. So this is just the water component.
Correct.
on our 2-month bills.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up because unfortunately your customers receive what's called a utility bill, which
Right.
includes their water bill and their sewer bill and some other things. And sometimes I've heard that it's even labeled as a water bill. There's a note section where it's called your water bill will be, even though it includes all those other utilities. So I
It
encourage.
has 4 elements: water, sanitation, sewer, and trash.
Thank you. Yeah, and then at a certain point, the entire thing is referred to as the water bill.
Right.
And I think that's being addressed by staff to correct that because it's really a utility bill. But yeah, it is just one component of the 4.
So,
go ahead.
Real quick, on that increase, did I understand correct when I was speaking to you? There'll be another increase because of this increase, right? Is there a sanitation that will go up because of this, or sewer?
I'm going to defer to Meg on that.
It's helpful if I turn it on. The sanitation charge is 25% of your water charges. So yes, by virtue of the water bill going up, your sanitation charge will go up.
Meg, why wouldn't it be based on the amount of water you use? Because sanitation is really based more not on our fixed meter cost, but the amount of water that we use.
And the sanitation charge was set in the 70s, and it was established originally to do street sweeping, stormwater, I think tree trimming, and several other related items. So we're looking at that fee right now to actually analyze it. So once we get through the water rates, that'll be our next focus.
Thank you.
So here's the same chart that I showed earlier that you were asking about, Ms. Flory, which shows what the rates would look like with the year one rate. So with the 15% rate increase in year one, the fixed meter charge for a 5/8 inch meter would be $26, and the tiered rates would look like this. So we're still talking about tier 1 water that's significantly lower, nearly $1 lower than your current tier 1 water rates, and again, a little larger allocation. You can see we also provided the example with the 5/8 inch and the 1 inch meter here for the total bill. And we do have some pretty extensive tables at the end of the presentation here that's going to show a lot of numbers, showing a lot of different customers and the impacts on all of them, because I heard you during the last meeting that we wanted to have a better sense of how all this, not just 5/8 inch meter customers, but all the other types of customers, as well as 5 years out, not just year one. So we have all those numbers for you. So here's the rate schedule comparison of your current rates versus your proposed rates in a comprehensive format here. A lot of numbers, so I'm going to move on unless you want me to linger. So just wanted to point out again that these numbers are not the same numbers that we presented last month. We did finalize some of the capital spending assumptions, and we made some adjustments to some transfers and whatnot, and we ran all those numbers by the ad hoc committee and got their buy-in on the numbers again. One of the things that came from the additional meeting with the ad hoc committee, which I thought was a great suggestion, and really that is a testament to that process of involving them, was the strong recommendation from that group to have an annual report that comes from staff to basically increase transparency with regard to what's being promised here. I understand that 5 years ago there was a rate increase process, and it was a difficult process, and there were elements to that process which we don't have to face this time, but it's still, part of it was promises being made about pipe replacement and other things, and some of those things didn't come to pass. And one of the reasons, as I explained, was the drought. There was a significantly less sale of water than was anticipated. They have to make forecasts. Nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody anticipated that historic drought. And as I mentioned, you're overly reliant on your sales of water for your revenue, and so as a result, there was a significant shortfall of cash, and so you couldn't afford to make those investments in the pipe replacement. This time, I think we're learning from past mistakes, and we want to make sure that that committee gets an annual report which shows progress being made compared to what this study is recommending. Changes to reserves relative to what the financial plan is saying is an appropriate level of reserves, whether those reserves are too low or too high, it's going to be part of the report. Opportunities for grants, as was requested, any progress on obtaining grants, potentially opportunities for obtaining SRF loans, which is a very low interest loan. We'll talk about that in a moment. But basically an update. And if the committee sees that there's a reason why rates maybe shouldn't go up next year for one reason or another, that can be a recommendation that comes out of the committee that says, these reserves are getting huge because we're not spending the capital or because we got this grant. We really don't think we need a 14% rate increase next year. We can get away with just 10%. They can bring that recommendation. Council can vote and approve that without going through a 218 process.
But wouldn't that just affect the fixed meter cost, because the other pass-through rates are based on what the city's purchases are of OCWD water, Met water, et cetera?
Exactly.
So it's just the fixed meter part then.
Right. And that's the beauty of these rates, is that if we're wrong about the forecast of how much water you're going to sell or purchase, then the structure of the rates accounts for that. So if you sell less, then your costs go down and your revenues go down by the same amount. So no matter what happens with your water sales, it's going to offset itself exactly.
Okay.
That's the strength of this recommendation.
That was a great recommendation.
Yeah, and the piece that you can't control is what's going to happen to your capital program, because things happen, right? I mean, sometimes, as I mentioned, contractors aren't available or costs go up unexpectedly. Whatever that may be, there may be changes to that capital program which may constitute change. And so that's when I think the committee will want to give an update to the council to let them know that this has changed and this is why and this is our recommendation. Okay. So same survey I showed earlier, this has more detail. So it shows your current rates for a 5/8 inch meter single family customer. Your proposed rates will go down in year one, but will obviously increase in year two and beyond. What this is also showing is the proportion of revenue that comes from the fixed part of the bill versus the volumetric part of the bill. And you can see that the amount that you're going to be collecting through the fixed charge is a bit more than the average across the region. I would also like to point out that this is an increasing trend to collect more from fixed. There was a long-term trend 10, 20 years ago to really try to collect as much as you could through the usage charge. There's a big backstory to why that was and why utilities thought that was a good idea. But it's really the whole industry is shifting, not just for revenue stability reasons, but because of legal requirements. It's really not, these are not a reflection of the cost of providing service. And so utilities are looking at that and making adjustments to comply with the law. And it's also a great financial benefit from a stability standpoint. Here's that same survey with showing the 1 inch meter having your current rates having the lowest rates. This would put them in the middle of the pack for year one. I did mention that obviously this doesn't include years 2, 3, 4, and 5. We shouldn't forget that all of these utilities are all going through this process as well, and will be increasing their rates during this time as well. So we can expect all of these numbers to increase. So your place may not change over the course of the 5 years. Here's another example with the survey. So this is looking at a 1 inch meter fourplex with average water use of 28,000 gallons. Currently, you're the lowest rate in town or in the region, and the proposed would bring you even further down. A 2 inch meter average commercial customer with 81,000 gallons of usage. Currently, you're the lowest in the region, and this would bring you to just below average. A 4-inch multifamily customer with a very large amount of usage. So this is with 100 unit. This is a large apartment complex. Currently, you charge the lowest rates, and the proposed rates would bring it even lower. So this is a different graph that we didn't show during the last presentation, but this is a more comprehensive look to make sure that we're looking at all customers. So this is looking at single family, and this is looking at all of your 5/8 inch customers. So as I mentioned, basically half of your single family customers have 5/8 inch meter, and the other half have 1-inch meter. So this has about 13,000 accounts are represented in this graph, and about the same number of accounts are represented in this graph. What this shows is how many of your customers will experience increases or decreases in their bill. So this is showing here, these 2 points are showing that about 18% of your customers will see an increase of $6 to $8 in their bill. Another 18% will see an increase of $4 to $6. About 13% will see a decrease of $0 to $2. So that just shows, there's a comprehensive look. And it's complicated because it depends on how much water people are using, right? So you have to account for the fact that some people use a lot of water. These people are probably in Tier 3, and they're seeing higher Tier 3 rates, and so they're going to see large increases in their bill. Your Tier 1 customers will predictably all see rate increases because of the meter equivalency adjustment that we're making, and their new fixed meter charge is large enough that even the optimal amount of water use will not avoid that year 1 increase to their bill. Here's that same graph with a multifamily residential. In this case, we're showing 1-inch meter, and this one shows 2-inch meters. So there's about 850 accounts represented here and 220 here. You can see that a little bit more than half will see increases, with about 23% seeing an increase of $50 to $100. So I think you get the idea. I won't walk you through all the numbers, but hoping to just give you a more comprehensive look at how different people will be affected.
Mark, one of the issues with multi home is something that the community renters are a little concerned about is the ones who pay separately water and trash. And I think we talked about this before. Mm-hmm. They don't know if this is going to be a pass-through to them,
right,
or they're just going to be charged some sort of flat fee, or have the landlord just have an excuse to raise arbitrarily the number,
sure,
or the cost. So could you just elaborate a little bit on that as far as renters who occupy almost the majority of my district now?
Sure.
So.
Sure. Yeah. These increases may get passed on to your customers. They may not. It depends on the length of the lease. Ultimately, a landlord's decision on how to treat their utility bills and how they pass those costs on to their customers will be something that tenants are going to see in their bill. And luckily we have a free economy where customers or tenants are able to shop around, and if there's some landlords who are making the right decision to reflect their bill properly and are passing whatever savings might exist or whatnot to their customers, and others are not, then tenants will obviously be able to make decisions about where they decide to live, and there'll be more demand for the apartments that price appropriately. That being said, whether there's any way that the city can enforce how these costs get passed on to customers, not to my knowledge. I think there could be outreach that could be done to let your tenants know about these changes and just educate people on what the changes have been, and so that they know what costs the landlords are paying and what costs they can expect to pay themselves.
So the idea is that if the landlord sees X dollars increase, that should be divided equally amongst all the units.
Yeah, depending on how the contract's written, correct. I mean, there's some contracts where utilities are included in the rent. There's others where they're paid separately. So it really depends on the contract that the tenants signed.
And I think this is a question for our city attorney, but he's not here. I wanted to see what legal mechanisms there are in place for such pass-through as opposed to,
sure,
gouging.
Sure.
No, I'm just saying if single-family residents are paying basically for their usage, they know exactly what they're using. They know what they're tiering. But when you have a multifamily unit, the renter doesn't know what the landlord is being charged. So renters don't get a water bill. They get a bill from the management companies.
Like a good state legislative proposal.
Right. So,
Mark, I think we're going to lose our audience if we don't move along.
Okay,
right.
I'll move along here.
Thank you for
me
on this.
This is the third time I've been through all this,
Sure.
so
Okay.
you can shorten it up a lot.
The next one shows the bill impacts to your commercial customers with a vast majority in the 1-inch meter saying increases from $20 to $25. Let's see here. It looks like it's skipped around. Sorry. Okay. So this is the table I mentioned earlier. There's a lot more numbers here than I typically like to put on a PowerPoint, but but there, this was a request by council that you have a more comprehensive. So it's in your packet, and so you can spend some time looking at it. But basically, this gives a number of different cross sections across many different types of customer groups, and what their bills are going to look like, not just in year 1, but in year 5. So I'm going to just do one example, and then I'm going to let the record stand, and you can review those on your own. But this top one shows a 5/8-inch meter, single-family home. Here's their current bill. This is what is being proposed for, based on this 15, the rate increases that we're proposing and the structural changes we're proposing. It would start at $37.47 and go up to $51.78. If there was to be a pass-through, and we don't know what that pass-through is going to be, and so we had to make some assumptions of what it might be. So you can see we assumed that OCWD rates would increase by 10 cents per 1,000 gallons per year, and MWD would go up by 15 cents per 1,000 gallons. If that were to happen, then the rates would actually look like this and end up at $53.78. And you can see the increases. So these numbers are the increase from this bill to this bill throughout. So by year 5, it would be about a $23 increase from the current bill. So this is for a low water user, this is for a medium water user or average, and then a high water user. We do the same thing for a 1-inch customer here. We do it for multifamily apartments here, so 1-inch with 5 units, a 2-inch meter with 30 units, up to a 6-inch meter with 115 units. And it shows all the impacts for these different customer classes. And then we do the same thing for commercial, a 2-inch commercial, a 4-inch commercial at different levels of water usage. So that's the bill impacts. Next slide I'm going to go into is you asked for information on state revolving fund loans. So we did some research into this. Stantec has resources. And my colleague Ben Stewart here with us tonight did some research into what these SRF loan is. Basically a state and federally funded loan program to help with infrastructure projects at very low interest rates. It can be as low as 1%. I've seen sometimes. Typically it's 1.5% to 2%. So very low interest loans designed to help utilities make all the investment in infrastructure. You're not the only utility that's facing a crisis with infrastructure deterioration. So when you put in for one of these water SRF loans, the chances of it getting funded on the first try is about 17%. The chances of it being put on a waiting list is about 37%, and the chances of it being rejected is 46%. So this is why we didn't make an assumption that you would receive an SRF loan, because we can't count on it. We do think it's generally a good idea to try to get one of these loans, because what that will do is allow you to do more projects sooner at a low cost. So if you do have the ability to get one of these loans, we do think it's a good idea, and it is in our report that we recommend that staff continue to evaluate the opportunities for obtaining loans. Part of the challenge facing the city is that those loans are usually discrete by project, and the city doesn't have any really large projects that it's looking at. It's looking at a bunch of small projects. And so you have to put in for a different loan for every small project. Your biggest project is a well rehab at about $2 million. And so you'd put in for an SRF loan at $2 million, which it's a lot of administrative time to put in for these loans. The other thing to consider, as I mentioned earlier, is that when you do, anytime you take out debt, even if it's for less than 1%, ultimately you're going to pay more because you're paying for the interest on that debt. So if you look at what your rate increases would need to be without any debt, we show the proposed rate increases here for a cumulative 67% after 7 years. If you took a small SRF loan out for one well for about $2 million in year one, you would see a small delay in your rate increase here. It'd be 9% instead of 11%. But later you'd have to make up for it, because not only would you still be trying to get back up to the same pay-go model where you're able to afford the level of capital spending that's being proposed using cash, but now you'd also be paying for debt service on the loans you took out. So it'd be 69%. And if you took out even more debt, you can see that the cumulative rate increase after 7 years would be 73%. So you're really just kicking the can down the road. But it does, if you do have access to it, it does allow you to address critical needs in your system, so it might be worth the extra cost. So, recap slide. What have we achieved through this study? So, we're modifying your equivalency schedule to be more equitable based on industry standard guidelines and published by a national publication. We're enhancing the connection between the cost of your water rates and the cost to provide service. That's making your rates more legally defensible, and it's making your utility way more financially stable in the long term. And it's going to allow your engineering staff to be able to deliver projects more reliably, because they're going to know what their financial prospects are a lot more reliably. So we're stabilizing your revenue through that. We are going to, obviously, we're proposing to raise rates in order to address critical system deficiencies. And then we're making small adjustments to your pass-through policy to make it dynamic, to make sure that it covers the cost of increases in wholesale water costs. And that's my presentation. The action that's being requested of council tonight is that you direct staff to send out a 218 notice, which would be sent to all property owners and tenants. And that would give them a notice that there would be a public hearing for council, at which time you'll be considering and voting on whether or not to adopt these rate increases. It's a 45-day waiting period, and it gives your ratepayers an opportunity to send in a protest ballot. That protest procedure is required by Proposition 218. So we would be hoping to hold the public hearing sometime in June and implementing rates July 1st.
All right. Thank you. And any questions of council to staff? Or all right, then. So we'll open it up for public discussion. Those wishing to speak on this item, please step up.
Mayor Silva and members of council. My name is Mark Young, 37-year resident of Fullerton, member of Fullerton CERT. One issue that I find after the gentleman's presentation is I don't see anywhere in the report where it identifies the geographical locations of these 1-inch meters. He's indicated that it represents about 50%, but where are these meters actually located? Are these meters all concentrated in one part of Fullerton? So does that mean we would be asking 50% of the population located in specifically one area to bear the brunt of this increase? As you can see by the proposed increase in year one, while the 5/8-inch meter, which he always points out, will see only a 76% increase in year one, the 1-inch meters are looking at almost 230% increase in year one. And if you compound that throughout this entire process, the 1-inch meters are going to continue to bear the brunt of this cost, because as costs go increase, even though we're not looking at usage, the 1-inch meters are going to bear that cost. Because each time the rate structure goes up, the fixed cost is going up. But what doesn't take into consideration is that the 1-inch meters are already paying 3 times almost as much initially, and that will continue on into perpetuity. So I'm asking that before you make any particular decision, is to let's find out where these meters are located. Because if these meters are located in one specific geographical location, wouldn't that be considered discriminatory, that you are charging the bulk of this increase to just one particular area of Fullerton versus the rest of the city? If it's equally distributed, that may be one thing, but where are the meters actually located? And clearly the committee did, they don't have an agenda, but without that knowledge, how can we be assured that this increase is not going to be borne by one specific area? If all the new homes are located in West Fullerton, East Fullerton, North Fullerton, are they going to have to bear the cost? And in the case, as we were looking at the mobile homes, how is that to be considered fair and equitable? And I don't know about you, but I can't move a water meter either. So I would ask that before you come to a decision on that, let's find out where these 1-inch meters are located to make sure that this cost is being distributed equally throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think after public comment, we should have our consultant, Mark, talk about meter equivalency. I know that in my own neighborhood, I have a 1-inch meter, and probably half the homes in my neighborhood do because they were built 1975, 76. But I moved into a neighborhood that was subdivided in 1924, and those all have much smaller meters.
Yeah, and I think there was a map showing where the meters are. We'll show that after.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Fritz von Kohlen. I was here a month ago or so. I get real emotional when I hear this or see this slide program. It's a bunch of smoke and mirrors and smoke, whatever the statement is. Anyway, you are responsible as a city council member to be sure that best management procedures are used by the water department. We have, every 3 to 4 days, we have a water main break. That is, it can be a safety issue as people are passing by or traffic going by. It could be a safety issue, somebody be injured. Buildings that have fire sprinkler systems don't have water to operate. The fire department response is delayed. They got to find water somewhere outside the area that's shut down and get water to your house. And once water is restored, toxic contaminants may get included into the water. And this is by the report by the EPA. You've got to use best management processes. You've got to see where the most breaks, you can determine where the most breaks should occur, cast iron pipes, whatever, and then you have to determine how serious that issue is going to be. In our water infrastructure, is it a risk? Is it at risk? Is this an emergency? At an ad hoc meeting a couple months ago, I asked that question. They said, oh, yes, this is an emergency. And then they provide you with a report, a proposal that that really doesn't replace much of the infrastructure. All the money in the first couple of years is going to fund the department, not to fund pipes. It's your responsibility as a city council to determine that to assure water is distributed to its citizens and that it is sustainable. All residents should be provided with water, and all residents should be encouraged to conserve water. This proposal has the meter rate very high if it pays for the water department. But the rate for the water itself is very low. It encourages water usage. It changes from $7,500 at this $2 rate now to $12,800 or whatever. where it's against the conservation. You're not taking in consideration SB 606 and AB 1668. And it is your responsibility. You've got to strip out the water pipe structure, infrastructure, strip that out from the water meter costs and put that into a bond. The water report, not this PowerPoint presentation, but the water report did not consider bonds. And when you buy a house, you get a mortgage. Why? Because you can use the house now.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jose Trinidad Castaneda. I just want to congratulate the consultant for improving upon the study. This has been a really long process, but I do really like the fact that the rate structure proposal is more equitable in this round and that it's visually understandable. I thought that, by showing the actual proportions of the rate structure changes, that you can actually make a stronger case for why some of these rate changes are needed. And what the consultant was saying about kicking the can down the road, I think that struck me as very important to take away from this, because we can no longer pretend that just because these are higher rates now doesn't mean that this is the final cost. The biggest cost that we're looking at is down the road, decades from now, the cost of not having this water. It's just shocking to me that people will want to make the case that we shouldn't pay for this now and later on we should pay for this or get into debt in order to pay for this. We need to pay for this yesterday. So I know that politically it's very tedious and very precarious to even propose raising water rates, but this is something that is so dire that if we don't do it now, I just can't imagine what the cost will be later. That'll be exorbitant. So just a congratulations to the consultant for all the work that he's been doing.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and Council. My name is Jane Rands. I was on the committee, and I wanted to respond to one of the comments about wanting to know what the locations of where 1-inch meters are and claiming there's some kind of potentially discriminatory factor. We were told when we were very early on in the study, I had asked the question knowing that homes to the north in the hills typically receive their water from MWD, which costs twice as much as the pumped water. And I was strictly told that that cannot be a consideration for determining pricing. You can't charge someone more based on their location. So I don't think that's a factor in this issue. In fact, the truth be told is there's a good chance that a lot of the homes with the 1-inch meter are getting the benefit of the lower cost price of the OCWD water, even though they won't be receiving it. They'll probably be getting 100% of the water that costs twice as much. So there's already some equity sort of built into just what's required in that structure. Now, what I actually did come up here to talk about was about the reinvestment in our system. I just wanted to go over specifically the projects that are in here. Right now, they're finishing up in the first year. They'll be doing $2 million will go into finishing up a well project. Then we've got isolation valve replacement. I'm just picking out the large ones. And then when we move into the next year, the second year of the increase, we've got power generators, which the committee felt was very important to have power to run the pumps, run switching valves, what was needed for in case of emergency. We were anticipating a situation like a large earthquake, fires, and the need to be able to continue to deliver water for fire suppression. As well, looking at booster pumps to maintain our pressure, a new well in the second year. We're looking at well rehabs. We're looking at tank rehabs. We're looking at, again, more booster stations and another well rehab. And then in the fifth year, we'll be starting the project of another new well. So it's very clearly laid out. This is actually a chart that I pulled out of the study. It's in the appendix of the study of how that money will be spent. And as well, obviously you're aware because you approved it, that there will be consideration for it, or reconsidering these projects and analyzing better what those projects, what the real needs are for the system based on a water plan. So I can't see how we can get around not doing these things, and they have to be paid for somehow. And if not the water rate payers, then who?
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll, our consultant, can you mind addressing some of those concerns?
Sure. Which ones would you like to hear about?
Oh, let's look at the map about where the meters are at, just so we can get an idea.
Sure. Yeah. So while she's pulling that up, first point is Jane's absolutely right. You can't, while it might be an unfortunate coincidence that there's a concentration of certain meter sizes in certain areas just because of the way development occurred, there's absolutely no justification from a utility standpoint of why you would give them a break or give it a consideration to there being a hot spot of rate increases for that reason. So unfortunately, you don't have the opportunity because of Proposition 218 and those requirements, and it's nothing that we would ever be able to recommend, even if it wasn't a legal requirement. It is unfortunate, but the analogy with the expensive water in the north is a good one. The whole system is hydrologically interconnected, so the molecules of water can travel throughout the entire system, and for that reason, you can't say that one customer is using a certain source of water. And to that point, I just like I believe that MWD water is much less enjoyable to drink than your groundwater. So, so it's more expensive, but they're not getting a better deal.
And on the 1 inch, is it? I think we talked about this. All new construction. There's new standards now. Any new construction has to have 1 inch, right? Okay.
And a large driver of that is the fire protection that's required in new residential homes. And part of that is when we talk about the 1 inch meter and equivalency factor, it has to do with the demand on the system. And the fact that if you are in a 5/8 inch, if you're in a home with a 5/8 inch meter, you would have to upsize in order to even get that fire protection. So it is about the demand that meter can pull from the system.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And the entire system, as I mentioned before, is sized based on the meters that are out there and the size of those meters. So the engineers look at how many meters you have and their sizes, and they size everything, the size of the pipe, the size of the pumps, everything based on the size of the meters, not based on how much water somebody uses.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Yes.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes, maybe you can help me understand something here. I know this is a draft, but on page A10, under the operating expenses category, the column for water purchases is starting out here in 2019 at like $18,500,000, but then you have 3 years in a row of a significant drop in the cost, and then it bounces back to 20 million and on across. Also, those columns, they don't really add up. The numbers at the bottom of those three columns are incorrect. That's for fiscal year 2020, 21, and 22.
I'm going to ask my colleague to take a look at that. Unfortunately, I don't have the report right in front of me. I can tell you that one of the reasons that the water purchase costs go down, I believe it was just in 1 year, is because of Kimberly-Clark leaving. They're by far your largest customer and a huge water user, and I believe it's more than 1% of your water is sold to Kimberly-Clark, and when they leave, it's going to be a big drop. So that's 1 year, but I don't believe...
That's like a 50% drop for those 3 years that I talked about.
Okay.
And then the total operating expenses that it's incorrect. It doesn't add up on those 3 years.
Okay. If you could take a look at that, and he'll get back to you before we're done.
Sure. And
do you know which table? Did you hear it, Ben?
it's A10 operating expenses, fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2022, particularly water purchases, and then how it relates to the total operating expenses for the category. And I wanted to also build a little bit upon what Mr. Von Kohlen was talking about. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. But on page A9, as he was referring to, that we're talking about repairing the mains as being an emergency, but the structure that I see in year 2 and 3 is that the new revenue from these rate increases appears to be dedicated to street repair. So we're looking at, $11.2 million that isn't going into water main repair the first couple years. So it isn't until year 4 or 5 that we see a significant application CIP-wise to water mains and pipes.
The water revenue is not paying for street repairs at all. I mean, it is paying for whatever damage is caused to the street in the process of fixing the pipe, and there's going to be, I believe is the Dig Once program that you guys are trying to roll out. So for a certain number of years, they're going to be trying to rehabilitate the roads while they do the pipe, so that it's all done once. And so the cost will be shared between the streets program and the pipe rehabilitation program.
That isn't what's being reflected here, at least that I'm able to discern. And I notice water rate study costs here. Is that our contract with Stantec here? And it looks like on this page, water rate study, we're at about $100,000 into this for your work on the water rate study right now. Is that pretty accurate, Mr. City Manager?
Yes. I mean, you can ask me.
I'd have to check with the Public Works Director and the Finance Director.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. The projection of cash outflows as well on page A8. It appears as though the totals might be, I don't know, maybe this is optimistic in terms of inflationary pressures on those. And I understand you have a disclaimer in here as well. And I understand there are a lot of unknowns on this. For what it's worth, I do think that Stantec has done a very comprehensive job on this. I need to have more faith in some of these numbers and whether they add up and whether it makes sense or not. So, yeah, I'd be happy to speak with someone, offline on this, but.
Sure.
Okay.
Do we have an answer on that one?
It actually has to do with our copy machine. It is a 19, and so it looks like a 10, but the way it's printing in the PDF copy, it makes it look like it's 10, but it's 19.
But it's adding up like it's 10. Did you note
when you add it up, it adds up to that 33.
Only if it's 10.
Okay. No, if it's 19.
I did on my phone. It comes out exactly if it's 19 million.
Okay, I'll be happy to go over it with you after this, but sure.
Yeah, so 19, 32, 33.
Mark, I have a question. I don't know if Councilmember Whitaker has finished.
Mr. Whitaker? Are you done?
Are you done? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, I'm fine for now. I may have another question as we go forward, sure.
I have a question on SB 606 and AB 1668 that were referenced in Mr. Von Kohlen's little proposal here these sent to us. Do you know anything about this?
The affordability measures that are at the state level.
Have they passed yet?
They have not. They have not passed, and they're still in progress. So,
right.
The questions have come up about this, and So the governor has a proposal on creating a affordable water program through taxes, and there's some other legislation that's being proposed. Nothing has passed yet, so nobody really knows what that's going to look like. But basically, there's just a lot of thought and a lot of initiatives that are looking at how do we make water utilities more affordable for low-income communities, particularly given how tightly our hands are tied by Proposition 218, which very expressly doesn't allow cross-subsidization. So there used to be lifeline rates where certain customers paid a higher rate in order to subsidize lower rates for other customers, but 218 doesn't allow us to do that anymore. So I think that's why at the state level they're looking for additional legislation that can help address that, whether that's through taxes or through some other mechanism.
Right. So any changes on the state level, we still have that opportunity to do an annual review, basically.
Absolutely.
And we could lower costs if we wanted to.
Yeah, because everything that's being looked at the state level isn't really going to be modifying our recommendations. It would basically create a separate revenue source. So whether that's imposing a tax on bottled water or some other form of tax, that would basically create another source of revenue, which you would then be able to just apply to the rates of certain customers that qualify for the program. So the rates as they are proposed would stand, and then you would simply use the revenue at your discretion, or however that program looks.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I do.
Ms. Flory?
First of all, I want to thank our our ad hoc water rate study committee. You did a great job under the guidance of Mark here, and he's done a great job of his presentation. I can support the recommendation for a number of reasons. One, it makes our water department budget drought-proof, and that has always been an issue. When we get a lot of rain, the water department doesn't get enough revenue to be able to support its operations. I brought a couple of water bills in. I went to my old bills, and last year in March, when I got my water bill, I had used in 1 month 11,000 gallons. And the comparison was that this March, I had only used 2,800 gallons because of the rain. We didn't have our sprinklers on the whole time. So I calculated what my bill would be just for the water part of it on a monthly basis. Last year, the water bill would have gone, and I used the first year increase, which includes that 15% increase. Mm-hmm. So the water part of my water bill went from $53 to $91. That is last year when I used a lot of water. This year, where I didn't use a lot of water, had used significantly less, maybe 20% less, the current water bill would be $27 for just the water, but under the new structure in year one, I would be paying $72 for the water alone, the biggest part of that being the fixed costs. Mm-hmm. So the ad hoc committee has created a strategy for making the operations of the water department drought-proof. And it's not dependent on how much water is actually being used and purchased by the city. That's one reason why I like it. The second reason I can support the recommendation is that it addresses our critical infrastructure issues, and you only have to see a couple of water main breaks. Last year there were a couple of big breaks, or maybe the year before, on Euclid, south of Chapman, and it shut down the whole shopping center, and it took hours to repair it, and we also had to pay for the water that was used. The third reason I support it is it comports with Proposition 218 mandates, which have become tougher and tougher. But the really inspired part of this, and what makes me feel like this council has a lot of control over the water rate increases, is the Water Enterprise Capital Report, which will now be required annually. And it is calculated to review to make sure that the increased revenues are going for the infrastructure repair. And if it does not, for any number of reasons, then the increase in the rates will be stalled at that point, or they will be exempted for that year. So I like that, the way it all goes together. And for that reason, I will move the recommendations. And I feel comfortable doing that, even given Councilmember Whitaker's concerns, because what the recommendation does is it sends out the notice, the 45-day notice, and everybody can gear up and prepare their arguments and poke at this report and everything else in the 45 days. And then at least we'll be poised to act if we're able to resolve all of that. So I'm very comfortable supporting the recommendation.
And I second that. I would echo what Jan has said.
Okay. And my part, I do appreciate and thank the Water Committee and the consultant. And living where I live at the last 10 years, when I've walked my dog morning and night, I have seen many of these main water breaks happen. I live in one of those areas where there's a lot of red dots that are happening. So I can appreciate that we're wasting money when we just put a Band-Aid on it, and we need to step up and do something to move us forward. And so I am ready to move on with this. And you're right. And then this will allow us, having the yearly report come into us, then we at that time can adjust it if we need to. If we're getting our revenues up high and not doing the projects, we can adjust that. But it is time for the city, for us to look long term and to plan how are we going to maintain our city. And I think this is a good way to start. And this will allow for the notice to go out to the public and then vet it out and come back, and maybe we missed something, but somebody will pick it up. So I would, with a motion and a second. Again?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Mark, for the study, and it's very comprehensive. You listened to our concerns, and you really addressed all of those. And I want to thank the committee. You are a dedicated group of residents who really came together and asked the right questions and were very passionate. And I had the honor of sitting in the last meeting, which was very enjoyable to watch you all work. And I think for me, it's always about leaving Fullerton better than what we found it for future generations. And I think this does that. It does it in an equitable and transparent way. There are mechanisms in this that protects the ratepayers and the customers annually through reviews, and it helps us maintain our infrastructure, which is something that we desperately need at this time. So I'm happy to see what now our customers say, and we'll leave it up to them to decide. So I'm happy to move forward with this.
Mr. Whitaker?
Well, there is a history on the water utility here in Fullerton, in that it is an enterprise fund. However, it's been used at times as a cash cow as well. And I appreciate very much what Stantec has done and provided here. I find it very comprehensive. But the primary focus seems to be on revenue and making sure to attain revenue that would comport with the requirements of Prop 218. And I think you've done a commendable job when it comes to that. What I don't see, however, is anything beyond just an honor system in terms of costs and cost escalation. I'd love to see more in the way of ensuring that unrelated costs or inflated costs don't get passed on automatically to ratepayers in the future. And I think that because this has moved fairly swiftly through the council, there's been very little chance to look at creating some teeth where that would be involved. So that's my primary concern with this, and the fact that it's a little extra aggressive, especially in the first few years in terms of the increases. I think there is some merit to the idea of a bond and or very low rate financing as a way of smoothing out these costs and not hitting people on fixed incomes with some pretty steep increases right away. So those are my concerns, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so there's been a motion and a second, so we'll call the question. All in favor of taking the recommendations, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
All right, passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we move now on to item 9, street improvements. Boy, we're going to get this done, some of it.
My gosh.
And Ms. McWade, if you would.
I encourage you to
Passed.
hurry because we
We
have
passed.
people who have been sitting here as long as we have waiting to talk just on this. Oh, at this point, we're beyond bedtime, so we might as well.
Okay. Basically, I will skip to the chase, which is that there's essentially $5.4 million available to spend on street improvements. And so we obviously have plenty of streets to choose from. And what we have done is we've used maintenance as a factor, as well as whether or not we have already done water work in that area and or utility work in that area. So using that as criteria, we basically came up with 3 different options. Option 1 is a combination of arterial and residential streets. We would be doing 2.85 miles of streets, $5.4 million, and overall PCI impact would take the city from 64.7 to 65.2. Option 2 is arterial streets, 1.75 miles, $4.9 million. Overall PCI impact is 64.7 to 65.1. And then the last option is residential streets, 3.59 miles, $5.5 million. Overall PCI impact takes us from 64.7 to 65.2. Basically, this is a summary of the cost estimations. And so option 1 was recommended by both staff and the Infrastructure and Natural Resource Advisory Committee.
And Ms. McWade, would you just highlight why that recommendation?
In part, it was because it was a combination of arterial. Let me go back to the actual map, if I can. It was a combination of arterial and residential, and it was also in terms of the maintenance that was reduced. These are some of our highest level streets that we get called on for maintenance.
Okay.
What is the like this combo that was created? I mean, how did you come with this combo for each option?
So basically, it becomes kind of a math problem and also looking at the needs of the street itself. So we utilize in part the PCI, but also the maintenance department street list. So these are the highest needs that they're always out there fixing potholes. We constantly get concerns about. So you can see where it's replacing water mains. We have a future need for replacement of water mains. We took those streets off. We have some are scheduled already. The next item deals with Euclid Street. And so it narrowed some of what we could do or should do in terms of a maintenance impact. And then we also looked at, in order to spend this fairly quickly, typically we marry our streets money with any other funding source where we have to do utility work. So when we go in, we touch the street one time. And we also maximize the use of that funding, whether it's streets money, water money, and or drain money. And so we're looking at where water mains have been replaced so we can get in there and we can work on the street quickly. And once we're done with replacing the pavement, then we can basically not be back in their neighborhood. They already have the water repaired. And so we use that as kind of a marker to then create these combinations. Looking at, we had roughly $5.4 million, and how do you improve the PCI to the maximum amount? How do you get in there and complete a project as quickly as possible?
So I'm wondering, Orange Thorpe from Woods to Highland, I mean, we have a park being renovated here, but that particular segment is just absolutely awful, and the PCI index is 33 to 37. Yes. Yet, if you look at option 1, you have chosen to put in that Brookhurst and Brea, in which the PCI index currently is 42 to 69, and then 32 to 72. And then we're going to have that particular segment of Orange Thorpe at a very low PCI remaining, and at the same time we have a new park coming up. which will look really awful. And I'm very sure that it's going to be hazardous as well.
So basically, if we wanted to do Orangethorpe and that segment of Orangethorpe, again, it had to do with the math problem. I believe that segment is almost $2.4 million, so we would have to remove Brookhurst and Brea to do that segment of Orangethorpe. But if that's what the council would like us to do, then we would make that replacement. I would imagine we actually have a meeting with the NRAC committee tomorrow on CIP, and we could run it by them, but I would assume that they would, obviously, you have the final say.
But I like the idea of arterial and residential.
Mhm.
I don't think we do enough residential. But I do think that considering the fact that we are spending all this money on the park, that it would be worth moving Orangethorpe to option 1 instead of Brookhurst and Brea. That's what I would prefer.
Okay. Anyone else?
There's no question that Orangethorpe is hideous there. I mean, it really is. It's awful. But I imagine that in the process, there's so much that needs help throughout the city that I'm more inclined to yield to your judgment on this. But I would also echo that if there's any way of coming up with funds for Orangethorpe, that's the one that I hear from most out-of-towners who come to Fullerton and really, take that rough ride along Orangethorpe there. And of course, the number of transits through there are very high as well.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, on Orangethorpe, we fully agree. And if there is any money in the future to look at, that's what we want to do. One of the things with the SB1 money that we've talked about in the past is because it was saved at the ballot box, in discussions with the County of Orange, they had programmed originally for some major projects some of the M2 money. Now that SB1 is going to remain, they're going to have the ability to use that SB1 money because they get so much more than what we do per mileage. So they're going to free up that M2 money back to OCTA. So that's some of the discussions that the city managers are having with the county right now in OCTA is, can we then utilize that on a competitive? Back under Measure M, there used to be a competitive growth management area which cities would combine and look at utilizing. So we want to have some form of competitive cross-jurisdictional. So could we, with Placentia, Anaheim, Buena Park, look at getting some funding for Orangethorpe to do the entire corridor? So that's one of the things that we are looking at. So Orangethorpe is clearly on our mind, and we're looking at an entire stretch of it if we can. So,
thank you. Oh.
That's good news. We get such a low return back from SB2, and it would be nice if we could attain much more.
Ms. Flory?
I support the staff recommendation, and I thank you very much for including the arterial as well as the residential neighborhoods. We have such a huge problem. We need to start somewhere. So I can, if the Infrastructure Review Committee supports it and staff recommends it, I can support it as well.
And Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a chance to comment?
I just want to hear from the public, and then I would be ready to comment.
All right. We'll open it up to public comment.
Good evening once again, Council. This is actually a comment going back to something that Councilmember Flory mentioned earlier, I think in your comments, just in council comments. And that is to understand what are the criteria for the prioritization of the roads. I understand where water projects have been done, or sewer replacement, or water main line replacement would obviously be a goal for, for aligning the repaving. Some of the other things that are typically considered, especially since we have, and I should look in the bike element to ensure that it's in there, but I'm quite certain it is, having a goal of prioritizing roads where there's identified bike routes and bike lanes. And so that would also feed into the request for Orange Thorpe. It has bike lanes on it. Also, sitting in the back with my friend, and she mentioned a street that I had noticed before that really needs it, and that's Little Chapman, and that also turns out it's also a bike route. So I would like to have a better understanding of what the criteria is for determining the prioritization. What are the different inputs that feed into that decision-making process, and possibly expand that to also include other modes of transport, or bicycling, bicycle routes, and things such as that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's late. Thanks for still having us. My name's Christopher Scurrow. I've lived in Fullerton for 18 years. Went to Cal State Fullerton and been a proud owner of a Craftsman on Jacaranda Street for the last 11 years. So you might know Jacaranda. We have phenomenal block parties during the summer and for Labor Day and for 4th of July, and we all care about our neighborhood and our street. And one of the conversations that do happen a lot with the residents and voters on Jacaranda is that, look, this is a historic street. We love it. But unfortunately, I think we got overlooked after we've had our water mains, as we've talked about earlier with the Dig One program, where that was done. But before that was implemented, we were unfortunately not able to have the street repaved. So I personally had damage to my car over the past couple of years with sidewalls being ripped out from potholes and dents being on my quarter panel, as well as seeing some of our senior citizens tripping over the broken out curbs and that are just being patched with asphalt. So, I was very happy to hear when this came onto the agenda because that it was great to see that with the additional revenue that the council was getting from dollars that were generated from sales of property, that was going to be returned back to the community and not be done with an extra tax with that. So I would really highly encourage you to vote for anything that does have Jacaranda, a historic street, one of the oldest streets that we've had here in the city of Fullerton, to have in any option that you guys going to do moving forward. And Council Member Flory, with your recommendation earlier about we need to have something that says what streets and what projects are going to be happening that the community can look on is very important. I, on March 12th, actually had to call a few different departments here to figure out where our street was going to be on the list because I saw all the work being done around us. And fortunately, I found out that we weren't on the list, but I do have to say you should promote for sure one of your, Jose Medea, who came out to my house 10 minutes after I hung up the phone with him, went through the entire street, why we were skipped over, and that unfortunately with our PCI at 27, it is one of the worst ones in Fullerton, but was not part of the program moving forward. So I hope that we can hopefully have Jacaranda and put the pride back in the street and be a good place for all of the residents to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's almost morning. Hi, I'm Tony Package. I live been living in Fullerton for 15 years. When I was reviewing all this information from the agenda and everything, the one question that I came up with that I would like to have an answer on is, I've attended many of these budget presentations and everything, and previously we've always talked about like there's like in the budget, not these just one-time funds. There's about $2.2 million that's being spent every year on our streets. I would like to see that what we're going to do with that money too. So so I get a complete picture of these one-time funds and everything that they're going to be done at the same time. We got a piecemeal here, and I hope I'm making myself clear. I'm getting some questionable looks.
No.
Okay, and so if everybody's I'm kind of like I want to know what the budget would be, regular budget, yearly budget would be. So where it's going to be spent. Secondly, since everybody's going to talk about their favorite streets, I'm really concerned about Commonwealth a lot. That's a real nasty street, and we don't seem to be. I don't see anything on Commonwealth here, and I also from Bass and Cherry, from the cemetery on to the hospital, that street's getting worse and worse, and so I'd like to have some consideration of that. And since I live in the northeast side, and I go down that from Bass and Cherry to Yerba Linda on Associated, that street's just, and it's a heavily traveled street. People going to Cal State Fullerton, but also people getting on to 57. So we should start thinking about that, and please encourage the OCTA, OC, whatever they are, to on the Yerba Linda side start doing something over the overpass over 57. There's some potholes there that are weird. And I just
that's Caltrans.
That's Caltrans. Caltrans. Okay.
Right at all those freeways.
Yeah, yeah.
And they've been. I mean, they did. I think Euclid, but they still need to do more.
Yeah. Okay. That's my thoughts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And to Mr. Package's comment, I mean, there's no general fund money going into roads, is there, Mr. City Manager? It's all one-time money.
Yeah, it's all.
This particular.
This is the general fund one time only, but not on a normal
is.
basis. Correct.
Right. We don't have $2.2 million out of our general fund. No, we don't use any general fund money. It's all one-time money, which is a big problem.
Okay.
Yep.
That's fine.
There is no.
Okay. Thank you. There's gas tax.
Yeah, it's all from the gas tax. It's all from OCTA. It's not from our.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. And SB1.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Lilly. I live on Jacaranda, and I just wanted to say thank you to staff for the consideration of these neighborhoods. We know how difficult this is. The roads are challenging really everywhere in the city. We are on Jacaranda. A number of my neighbors are here with me tonight, and the road condition is really terrible. We are hoping that you will support staff recommendation for option 1. We understand that there's a lot of other options to consider as well, but we are certainly hopeful that you'll support option 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm also from Jacaranda Place. I've lived there a tad over 40 years. The last slurry coat on that street was about 20 years ago. The last time I saw it patched was about 5. So I'll make it short and sweet. Please consider us.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comments, we'll bring it back to council.
I have a question,
Ms. Flory?
Wait. In option 1, is Jacaranda included?
Yeah. It is, yes.
Okay, because I'm looking at.
Jacaranda.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'd move staff recommendation and fund option 1.
I'll second that.
I'd like to just say that I really would like to see Orange Thorpe included in that instead of Brookhurst and Brea. Brookhurst and Brea combined will be 2.8 million. Orange Thorpe would be 2.1 according to here, which allows us for another 700,000, which we can allocate to other residential streets. I think that would be a better solution for me.
Thank you. And on my side, yeah, as I was looking at this, I was trying to move streets around as well. And I was looking for a combination of arterial and residential area. I didn't want to just go arterial or residential. And trying to do that, what I saw was that I don't know enough about all this to really play with it. And what I did see is that with option 1, we do get almost 3 miles, and we were to move Orange Thorpe up and the other 2 down, we would even get less mileage. So I think right now we've been.
But Mr. Mayor, we'd be including 2 more residential streets, so we'll make up that mileage.
Thank you. And so right now, like I said, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation, and I would approve option 1. So there's been a motion and a second. All in favor of accepting staff's recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
All right, 4-1. Thank you. And item 10, Miss.
I said aye.
Oh, you said, oh.
I'm not gonna take away from this if there's no
5-0.
opposition.
Thank you.
I wanted to make a,
All right,
a
Mrs.
different
McWade?
change, but I don't have that. I'm not gonna take away from
5-0.
folks.
Okay.
5-0. Thank you.
So the last item presented for your consideration relates to the SB1. Somebody asked about how much funding do we have per year. Roughly 4.9 million when you look at Measure M2 and you look at gas tax and SB1. SB1, this project has been programmed in the last several years in the CIP. It's been considered by INRAC and recommended. It's essentially when we look at how much money comes to SB1, it's under $2.4 million. The previous projects we've done is Chapman Avenue, Acacia Avenue to SR 57, and then this year we're doing Commonwealth Avenue from Balcom to Acacia. So this is part of the funding requirements related to SB1 is to hold a public process. We took this item to INRAC, which was part of it, and then this council meeting is also part of it. The adoption of a resolution is required that identifies the project lists. And so we propose that Euclid Street from Williamson, from Williamson to Fern Drive, and basically it's 0.7 of a mile, 2.35 million, and the current PCI ranges in that area from 24 to 39. And our plan for next year, and we will be presenting this to INRAC tomorrow, is to perform the same type of work on Euclid Street from Fern Drive to Bassentry Road, so we complete the segment that needs to be done over the next several years with SB1 funding. So there is the map related to this current year's allocation.
All right. Any questions from council?
Yeah, again, why? Could you explain the selection of this particular street again? Why this?
It actually has been in the CIP process for the last several years, and it has to do with the fact that it's an arterial, the condition of the street, it's on a commercial corridor, and then it also has roughly 30,000 people that travel it every day.
Right. Okay. On that, Mr. Manager, I know that Ms. Rands had mentioned the criteria. It would be very beneficial because this happened before my time on council, and I would love to see us bring it back for at least an educational process to review it one more time so that we can better understand the street selection process and the criteria. It'll help us understand staff's decision making. So I don't know if this requires an agendized item to be able to do that. I'd like to ask a second to see if we can bring it back.
So,
are there any time constraints related to this resolution?
We do need a resolution passed by May 1st, so we have to submit it. So next council meeting would be the only time.
Separate to this, I'm just saying, I think just for future arrests and in general, I'd love to see us take a look at that again and understand it a little bit better and maybe ask some questions and see if there's any revisions that need to be made to it. So I'd like to ask if it would be agendized for future.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, one of the things we did last year was bring forward kind of we did bring forward a street selection process, talked about the different treatments for streets, so we can add how they are actually selected. And then one of the things that we still owe is knowing that we need to get about $6 to $8 million more per year for the streets of general fund, how we do that. So again, going through the strategic planning process, the budget process, the next step would be to look at streets themselves and then what those factors would be. So we can wrap it all into one thing and bring it back. And that way, we always want to educate people about what's going on with the streets.
And on that, we had called for a study session on infrastructure, so we can tie all that in together, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So do I have a second for that?
What?
To agenda.
What we're already doing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's part of this infrastructure study section.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other comments before I? All right, we'll open it. Ms.
No.
I want to open it up to public comments. All right, we'll open it up to public comments. All right, seeing no one rushing to the microphone, we'll bring it back.
No, what is the motion? Is there a motion?
No,
I'd
no,
move
you-
staff recommendation.
There's a
Right.
motion.
And I thought I had seconded it.
All right. Any other comments? All right, so I'm willing to approve this. So all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, we move 5-0. And at this time, we'll bring back consent item number 3, was it? Yes. And for a review. And Councilmember Zara, you had a few questions, I believe, on this? All right.
It got so late, I forgot what they were.
We can table it till next time.
It would be
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this was mostly a recap and next steps of the strategic planning process. So what we wanted to do is just inform, since we had done this last year, what was done last year. And last year, the 3 strategic priorities were discussed and approved. Those were fiscal and organizational stability, public safety, infrastructure, and city assets. And so within those 3 items, we have those objectives that kind of details what it really means and what we're trying to achieve. So on every staff report we've brought to you, it's stated what is the strategic priority. And so it'll have that fiscal and organizational stability. For the discussion, what we're basically saying is that coming up and on the 23rd, we want to refine those. Are those still what this council wants? And then more importantly, to expand upon the strategic planning process to develop a mission statement and a vision, because actually the city has none. We've had some grant applications that have required a vision and mission. And, you know, we're kind of a rare city that doesn't have that or has not gone through that process. So that's what that April 23rd process would be also. And then we also wanted to, once again, Alan Roeder will be the facilitator for it. So we're bringing him back. And then just kind of give the highlight, the high-level highlight that it's going to have the third quarter fiscal year. It's going to have the preliminary fiscal year for 1920 and budget assumptions and a 20-year forecast. And then also wanted to talk again about the survey that we'll have online. So this item was just more of a recap. Where were we last year? What are we trying to achieve next year? Receive and file a report. So,
and the only addition I have is that we do not include in here anything about how we're going to generate revenue. I'd like to add in there economic development and improving upon that so we can focus on revenue, because that's ultimately what our shortfall is.
Correct, and that's what we'll be we're going to be asking you. What do you want to change? And so on the 23rd, that's when you'd say, hey, where do we fit in, the generation of revenue, and how do we look at it? And we'll have an open discussion at that point.
All right, fair enough. I'm done.
All right. So we'll move the item. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Hearing none, it passes 5-0. And at this point, we come to the end. For those of you that stay with us, good morning and good night, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.